Okay. Good morning. Welcome. It's sensitization this morning. Thank you for finding time to join us. We are set to start now. I will request we start with the word of prayer from my colleague, Rolex.
Okay, let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning with the thanksgiving. We ask that you guide us as we are going through this sensitization, and the knowledge it will impart to us, may it be for the benefit of our institution and our country at large, even as we implement the activities which we have planned according to our strategies. We pray that you guide us so that we can be able to accomplish them. And when this is done, we'll remember to give glory and honor back to you. We trust that you be with us through the process until the end. We pray this believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Okay, thank you, Rolex, for that. Once again, distinguished participants, I want to take this opportunity to welcome you on behalf of NACOS team and on behalf of the NACOS STI Mainstreaming Committee for sparing this time to be with us this morning. We have this discussion around the performance contract indicator, the science mainstreaming, science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming. This is important for us to have this meeting. Again, being our commitment that every quarter we'll be having this conversation. We are glad that you are available for our quarter 3 sensitization. This is coming at a very good time because we are just about to report for the quarter 3. This gives us a good opportunity to engage and perhaps address the issues that you have around the reporting. So that you're able to start off, allow me just to share okay, good. Just as to help us bring ourselves quick to speed, what we need to discuss this morning, I think it's appropriate that I indicate some of our objectives today, but you will not be restricted to the item that we're going to discuss here. Have a free hand. You can raise and follow up any other issues that you think would be important. And we are also receptive to your comments and your suggestions as to how we may have to make this indicator and its implementation better for us all. So this morning we had set aside for one of our critical segments in terms of our public sector in the TVETS and tertiary institutions. But we welcome anybody else who is on board, because again, this was only for the purposes of grouping together that institutions that have issues that are related, but the indicator remains the same across. So you feel welcome, even those who are appearing not captured in this category, those who are appearing for the first time. Thank you so much. You are welcome to attend. Those who have been here before, again, we want to say a big thank you for your supporting these and the continued implementation. We would request those who, perhaps particularly those who are appearing for the first time, you can use the chat section to let us know so that we are able to customize our response and our intervention in terms of how we need to address your issues. Take good use of the Q&A section and the chat, so that we capture all your issues, your comments, and any other matter that you need to be addressed. With me here, we have a panelist who will be able to address your issues, even when we have that open forum, but so that we try to take good use of the time to deal with all the issues. So to cast this into perspective, this is the performance contract that you have committed this financial year. That one of the most important aspects insofar as STI mainstreaming for 2023-2024 revolve around the development of this institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. And this is a very key document that we need to have in our institution. And the other item will be dealing with the annual work plan and the quarterly reporting, what I've indicated. And the scores are around those. They are straightforward issues. And these, some indicators are what has guided us in coming up with the objective for this sensitization this morning. So what we want to do in a nutshell, we have this number of issues that we feel they will be important for us to have a discussion around that. But more importantly is to make this more effective, become easy for yourselves to implement. And once we get it right, it will be good for us all. So one, not particularly in this order, but one of the main issues we want to have a discussion this morning is the issues of reporting. And we address all your issues around that. But again, as your commitment that and what you demanded at Naposti to develop that an online reporting tool, it is in place. Most of you have interacted with it, but again, we will still have a session so that you can have a feel. Those who are still having some concerns, we can raise them around this when we do that item. The other item we need to do, again, because continuously, there are those who are joining for the first time, we need to agree on the issues of, just give a quick overview of this indicator and what are the requirements for yourselves and for your committees. And we want to really appreciate the kind of the commitment that we are seeing across from your institutions and the members. So this indicator will just go through over its requirements and all those issues around there. For those who are yet to develop the STI mainstreaming, the strategy itself, we'll have an opportunity just to have a quick overview of the template that we are sharing with the public, so that it guides. It's a self-explanatory, but again, allow us to have a discussion around there so that we see how to help ourselves. We'll have an opportunity to at the tail end of this session that we'll have just an overview in terms of the current trends in the research, science, technology, and regional ecosystem, so that we're able to see as a country where we're headed, what we need to do, and how critical the data that you are sharing with us, how important it is for us. It's not in vain, and it's really supporting most of our processes, reporting, and actually critical data. Very important input for us in doing the policy advice and informing even the global indices index. So your contribution is really critical. So we'll have an opportunity to have a discussion around that. But more importantly, we want to say this is your forum, so that we are able to address your issues, the challenges you may have around there, what you think will be important for us to consider going forward. And as you are preparing to report for Q3, what kind of the support will be required in there. So all of you feel welcome for this session. These are only just for the guide, but more important is what we will receive from yourselves, from comments and your other suggestions in there. so that we are able to make good use of half a day session, guided by this, and more importantly, being responsive to your issues and concerns. So with that, I think we will have the first presentation. And at least we want to just tweak a little bit in terms of how the program look like, so that we go to the overview and the requirement of this indicator, that we are able to get the bigger picture, what is required of you, what is required of ourselves. And as we get that right, other presentation follow in that order. So thank you so much again. Let me stop there so that I have an opportunity to invite our first speaker, Javan Mwiti, who will take us through that first presentation. And I will follow later with the other part of this presentation. So Javan, if you are ready, you can take the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Gigi. I don't know whether you can hear me. You can hear me? Thank you. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. As it has been indicated, I'll be taking you through this indicator basically, and more so the experience in terms of implementation of this indicator from where we started, the experiences in terms of the best practice, what we need to have in place, and lessons that we need to learn that probably will be able to take us, that will be able to help us to have a better implementation. And of course, bearing in mind that we are basically in that quarter, and we have only one quarter remaining, which is fourth quarter, for us to complete the cycle for 2023-2024 implementation of this indicator. Ideally, mine is to provide you with information to enable appreciate the critical role of STI mainstreaming across MDAs, of course, and impact and shared experiences since we started implementing this indicator from 18th cycle to all the way to 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines, and of critical and of importance. What are some of the strategies probably we may put in place to ensure effective and efficient implementation, and more so interrogate the relationship between the Vision 2030, MTP4, BETA, and even your strategic plans as MDs that help you implement effectively and efficiently this indicator. As I've said, we have been, most of us who started the journey of implementing this indicator, we, as an STI streaming indicator, we started from 18th cycle, which is 2021, 2022 financial year up to now. And ideally, we had a smooth 3 years run in terms of implementation. But I know, again, we have some of us who are joining us for the very, very first time in terms of implementation. The indicator before this, we used to implement the indicator as R&D before that is up to around 2015. And from that, there was, after the review of the Act, STI Act and all that, the indicator was reintroduced as Science, Technology and Innovation, which we are currently implementing. Before that, to many of us who are joining us for the very first in terms of getting the background information of this indicator, you realize when we used to implement it as R&D, the emphasis was on implementation of at least 2% of research and development, or allocation of at least 2% of your budget towards matters research and development. Very few MDAs were participating. There was low low coordination among MDAs and compliance, of course, when it was basically just one activity in terms of science, technology, and I mean in terms of R&D. And then, of course, when you look at it in terms of MTP's implementation, we had MTP 1, 2, it was implemented mostly around MTP 1 to 2, and of course from MTP 3, that's when we now brought on board science, technology, and innovation. And this just gives you the brief history in terms of how we have embraced this indicator from the starting point up to now, where we are currently implementing it as RST, I mean as science, technology, and innovation. After the introduction from 18 cycle, basically 18 cycle, this is performance contracting guidelines. It became mandatory now to do it as science, technology, innovation. The 2%, which basically was there earlier in terms of R&D, becomes just an activity within the winder indicator. Implementation and application is purely scoped, or it's basically based on, there is a clear linkage between Vision 2030, medium term plan 4. Of course, we started from MTP 3, better, and of course, the relationship between the organizational mandate or your MDE or the tertiary institution mandate in relation to Vision 2030, better, and all that. So that relationship is critical. There is that attempt, and most of us have been able to look at MTP4, realize there's a very huge attempt to bring the relationship closer home so that we are able to internalize the same in terms of our strategic plans, in terms of our work plans, and in terms of what we're supposed to be doing. So there is huge improvement, of course, in number of MDAs who have been emboldened or who have been part and parcel of the process since the inception. And then when you look at implementation across MDAs, you realize there's a lot of improvement in terms of mainstreaming the indicator and bearing in mind that it's one of the indicators that is within our core mandate. So for many of us who are joining us for the very first time, the question is, what is the role of NACOST in this? Of course, to know NACOST is a specialized agency, and it's critical for you to have this information so that as you implement, it is very clear what is expected from the end of NACOST and from your end as an MDA. This is where you are developing, NACOST develops the indicator as they have done. They receive and analyze and provide feedback. And of course, a very good example is that currently in that quarter, which ends by the end of this week. And after that, NACOST, you are supposed to report or submit your report to NACOST by 15th of next month, of which report will be analyzed and feedback provided back to you, which ideally you are supposed to use to improve your reporting of fourth quarter. Technical support, provision of technical support is another role of NACOST. And here basically is like what you're doing today. You are getting sensitization, which helps your capacity in terms of better implementation of the indicator, reporting, and all that. And again, at this juncture, NACOST every quarter will provide this free sensitization to the MDAs. But again, in case you feel like you need NACOST to address some unique areas, probably that are not covered or that may not be sufficiently covered through this sensitization of this nature, then you can always, on demand driven, you can always contact NACOST and you'll be assisted. Evaluation, the next thing they do is evaluation to evaluate your report. After the end of the fourth quarter, you submit a report which is evaluated and you are given a score, which is submitted both to you and of course to performance contracting and monitoring unit. One of the things that we need to get very clearly is the relationship of STI mainstreaming based with our core mandate, or what we do as institutions. We develop our strategic objectives, which of course we develop from the key result areas, which are driven from your goals and of course from strategic issues. So basically, as you do that, and this happens mostly when you're developing a strategic plan, which are guided by fifth generation strategic plan and guidelines, you realize that at that particular time is where we are supposed to infuse. Or basically that's where we are supposed to plan for our activities within science, technology, innovation, which ideally part and parcel of your core mandate. In terms of relevance, I think this will be canvassed as we proceed in the course of the day. But importantly is that it is very clear that for us as a country, for you as an MT, for you as a TVET institution, to attain your mandate, science, technology, innovation becomes critical in attaining those aspirations. As we said again, when you look at your performance contract, this indicator is within your core mandate, meaning that you have an opportunity to integrate it within your planning as you plan to attain your aspirations of your core mandates through your objectives, of course, strategies and activities. So this is very, very critical. It's a target that you need to meet within that. When you talk about relevance, again, we cannot exhaust that without looking at Vision 2030, where this indicator is an enabler under Vision 2030. If you look at the fourth medium-term plan, which seeks to, of course, help the country in matters of socioeconomic transformation, again, STI mainstreaming is critical. And in fact, if you look at the MTP4 that was launched last week by the president, it says that the foundation of socioeconomic transformation, these are enablers that are geared towards national transformation, and they include science, technology, and innovation. This is directly from the MTP4, which of course actualizes Vision 2030. So when you talk about the foundation for socioeconomic transformation, then STI ministering becomes critical. As science, technology, and innovation is anchored, is a critical foundation in which you can only attain that. So this is about emphasizing the relevance and bearing in mind that all of us have aligned our strategic plans with MTP4, then of course, directly you're implementing matter, science, technology, and innovation. So basically, because your strategic plans are supposed to be aligned with the aspirations of MTP4, that simply means then you have science, technology, innovation already as part and parcel. Of course, your performance contract are also grounded, or the command its requirement is that they should be grounded on the aspirations of MTP4, which again, you see the relationship. When you look at the alignment of MDA strategic plan, performance contracts, and all that, then again, you are able to see the relationship, and you're able to see that there is a very close relationship. For you to talk about effective implementation of your strategic plan, which are actualized by your annual work plans on yearly basis through performance contract and all that, then there is a very close relationship that science, technology, innovation is playing. Again, when we talk about Vision 2030, MTPs, and STI, and going back to the history of MTPs, of course, which have been actualizing Vision 2030, and bearing in mind that the MTP4 that we are currently implementing is the last MTP4 before we end the journey of Vision 2030. The journey started. You can see the journey started from MTP1 from 2008 to 2012, all the way to where we are currently. So basically, that's another close relationship that we need to understand and get very clearly so that we can have an effective implementation. MTP4 is the last 5-year medium-term plan for implementation of Vision 2030. And you realize that in all this mix, science, technology, innovation becomes very, very critical. Again, when you look at your PC, the core mandate, it carries a weight of 65, and within it is where we have science, technology, and innovation. All other areas basically are supposed to maintain all other criteria. Remember, science, technology, innovation is basically under your core mandate. And if you were to look at core mandate, it's defined. These are your priority areas. These are the flagship project within Vision 2030, issues around post-recovery of COVID-19, for example, strategies and plans and programs aligned to SDGs, Agenda 2063, and Sector Performance Standards, which is SPS. So basically, out of that, that's where we have science, technology, innovation. And as we said again, since it's a big enabler, it's the main enabler, then again, it plays a critical role. And that's exactly where we have been able to attach it within our PCs. So you can see we have science, technology, innovation as part of that. And that proves to you that all of us as MDAs, implementation of STI mainstreaming cut across for all of us. as long as you're contributing to MTP4, as long as you have aligned your strategic plan with MTP4. MTP4 is actualizing Vision 2030, where again, STI mainstreaming is an enabler. So basically, all of us have a role to play. You have a role to play in research, science, technology, and innovation. And as TVET, of course, you know, this is purely your area. You have a lot to do, and you're doing a lot in the area of science, technology, and innovation. I'll basically I'll go straight away to one of the main requirements of this indicator. And today we are interacting with focal persons and champions. And this is a direct requirement that you need to either appoint or reappoint focal person and champions. And again, the focal person becomes the chair of this committee that is constituted by the focal person and champions. So it is critical to have these committees, because for effective implementation, then that plays a critical role. For focal persons, who I know we have many of them today who are participating, some probably could be participating for the very first time, and it's important to know your role. You are in charge of the indicator. You ensure that there is overall coordination. You provide support and plan to ensure that in case there is need of capacity building across the institution, mostly for the champions and other process owners within your institution, then this is attained. It is very, very critical to attain this. So the focal person ideally is in charge of the successful implementation of the indicator within your institution. You plan, you ensure sensitization, you liaise within a cost. In case you find, for example, you need more trainings outside what NACOST is offering on a quarterly basis, then you can request through, of course, the CEO's office, and you ensure that there is required support within the institution to ensure that there is effective implementation of this indicator. You coordinate development and implementation of STI strategy. One of the requirements, of course, of the indicator is to have the STI strategy. And one of the best strategy, of course, is to ensure that then we have the STI mainstreaming committee for the institution, where you are the chair and the champions. And out of that, you can request NACOST for assistance in case you find that you need help to do that. When you go to the website, again, you'll be able to find even a template for developing the same. So when you look at the template, you discuss it around as committee and realize you probably need some assistance, you can always contact NACOST. We'll be able to help you do that. The next is to ensure monitoring and evaluation, promotion of collaboration, and support of implementation of these activities around the institution. And of course, critically, to ensure that every quarter, the reports, STI reports, or the reports, quarterly report are submitted as per the requirement. This is very, very important, again, because you'll be penalized if you don't report as per the schedule. As per the guidelines are pronounced themselves very clearly on what needs, what are the timelines. It is 15th after the end of the quarter. And of course, again, 15 at the end of the annual period. After 30th of June, again by 15th July for the case of fourth quarter. So basically, the guidelines are very clear on this, and it's important for you to ensure that you comply with that. It is the responsibility of the focal person to ensure that timely submission of reports is done so to NACOST, so that you can be able to have an effective all the activities basically that have been implemented within the court and the review, they are all submitted. The requirement for the focal person, for many of us who are joining for the very first time, is that it should be either in top or mid level management, but basically of critical is that it should be conversant with matters, research, science, technology, and innovation, so that you can be able to push the same within the institution. This can also, the capacity on the same to have the ability to do this can also be built through NACOST. You can always request for training of either champions and the focal person, or your committee specifically, and then this also be done so that you have sufficient capacity to ensure effective and efficient implementation. The next is champions. Champions will vary. Would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Would be many, depending with the institution. But of critical is that you should ensure that people who are appointed as champions come across all the key departments We expect all the key departments like finance, human resource, within the institution, they are appointed so that there is representation. And again, you realize effective reporting depends on how you are able to appoint your champions, how you are able to have your champions in place who are able to report at their respective areas. So in champions there should be consideration to ensure, of course, that there is a fair representation, inclusive representation across, so that everyone, all the key areas are represented in the institution. What are their roles? They facilitate cascading of the indicator itself. They prepare and forward quarterly reports, provide timely information and all that. Of very critical concern, I mean, very important, is that the champions are the implementers, or they basically oversee implementation of the indicator in their respective areas. If, for example, in finance, ensure that activities, because you are reporting, there is a template specifically, or there is an activity to report specifically under finance, for example, that champion is able to understand what is expected, be able to ensure the activity is implemented, and then the hero, the ones that are reporting within their area, to report the right information, so that there is credibility. The credibility of the data, it is the responsibility of the champion to ensure credibility of that information. Are we reporting the right thing? Are we getting the right data? Because again, as many of you know, the relationship between input-output, the output-input relationship, whereby you must meet the requirement of the input, you must ensure that you have the right information, so that as you prepare your report to the next level, they will be using your report to prepare another report. So we must ensure that the credibility of the information, and that is the role of the champion, to ensure that in that respective area, you're in HR, for example, you are champion from HR department, you ensure that the information that is emanating from HR is a credible information that reflects the true, or for example, HR, whoever is reporting in HR understands exactly the information that is required, so that as you channel this information to the focal person to prepare the final report to be submitted to NACOST, then of course it's a credible information. So champions play a very critical role to ensure that this entire cycle, in terms of from the time we formulate, we have the activities, the implementation of those activities in their respective areas, preparation of those reports, and they must meet the criteria of the report in terms of providing information, that the process owners are giving the right information, then of course that will play a very critical role in terms of effective implementation of this indicator. So you provide timely information, not only timely information, but also credible information. You ensure that the information is credible at that particular point, and it's being reported in the expected format, in the right way. For example, in most cases, we realize that one of the challenge we used to have before, you realize that an MTA probably will be, when you're reporting, you're uploading wrong information, wrong templates, and all that. To avoid that is simply to ensure that the champions understand what kind of information is expected from their respective areas, and they guide their process owners so that they report and give the right information. And with that, we shall be able to have credible information. So from look of things, champions are very critical, because you play a role, you play a very, very critical role at a very lower end in terms of implementing this indicator. And if that is done successfully, effectively, and efficiently, then we'll be able to talk about mainstreaming, successive mainstreaming of the indicator. You also help in monitoring, a continuous monitoring and evaluation. You ensure that indeed the selected, committed activities are implemented as it is expected. Of course, as we implement, you realize there will always be emerging gaps. So again, it is the responsibility of the focal persons, champions, to note these emerging gaps, so that as you meet as STI mainstreaming committee for your institution, you can be able to address them. You can develop a work plan or an action plan on these emerging gaps, so that as you report, as you continue to implement, then you're addressing these gaps. And these gaps help you to improve in terms of implementation, and even the information that you are churning out, the information that you are giving out in terms of report. the issue of capacity building again at your level, you are up in this so that once we build your capacity as you're doing today, it is expected that you'll be able also to build the capacity of the process owners and other participants within your area where you're in charge as a champion. You promote matters, science, technology, innovation, so that ideally we are able to have commitment, we have ownership from the process owners at their lower end. Because unless we champion this, unless we ensure that the process owners at that particular point, they understand what is expected, then if that does not happen, then it becomes a challenge for us to talk about successive mainstreaming. You realize again as a champion, we said one of the easiest way, this is you are at a particular, probably you belong to, you represent a department that is developing a work plan to actualize the activities within the period under review. And since you are part and parcel of that department, one of the expectations is that you contribute, you actively contribute to ensure that the work plan captures, so that the internal work plan that you're developing to actualize your departmental work plan or your division work plan, your directorate work plan captures matters, science, technology, and innovation. Because as you develop your STI strategy, you realize there'll be those activities that you'll be doing on yearly basis from the implementation matrix of your STI strategy. So again, it is the responsibility of the champion at that lower end to ensure that those activities are actualized. You have given the right timelines in terms of implementation, that matters budget, matters emerging in terms of challenges in implementation, they are taken care of. So basically what I'm saying is that champions are very, very critical for us to talk about efficient and effective implementation of this indicator. Then champions play a very critical role to ensure integration, to ensure that, because at a departmental level, there are so many things that are happening and you represent those departments in terms of planning, in terms of actualizing the commitment and the objectives and departmental mandates, then you play a very critical role to ensure that this happens and it is done. At the end of it all, you always need to provide support, necessary documentary support to the process owner, or to help the process owners of the various documentary evidence to support implementation or to demonstrate implementation of the activities within the area. Again, that is the role of the focal person. What are the requirements? The critical is that you should have the ability to champion, transform, and lobby others in terms of believing and we have always been having champions for other change management programs that you'll be running as institutions. So in champions, and I'm happy because already you've been appointed. You're with us now. We are training you, or we are building your capacity, meaning already this was made. And with that, I think that becomes very, very, very critical. So as I conclude on the matters focal person and champion, one, we need to ensure that the focal person and champions constitute the STI mainstreaming committee for your institution. That is very critical, where the focal person is the champion, and the focal person can only be one. But champions, as we said, can be many. So within that committee, that's where now you canvass matters, science, technology, innovation for your institution. You ensure that, like reporting, you do as a team. Because each of you comes from those specific departments. Then you provide information. If, for example, it is reporting, whether it is data on HR, data on finance, on project and all that, you give that. So that is very, very critical, working as a team, ensuring that you are able to deliver as a team. Number two, you'll always get feedback from NACOST once you submit your quarterly report. That feedback becomes critical for you to prepare for the next quarter. Not only that feedback, but even internally, you're also getting feedback from your process owners who are telling you probably the challenges they have in terms of implementation. So you bring all that to your committee and you're able to communicate to top management in terms of the assistance that the institution needs or the best strategy to put in place to ensure that matters, science, technology, and innovation are attained. As we said, your strategic plans are already aligned with MTP4, and you realize the aspect STI already that have been embodied. I mean, they are part and parcel of your strategic plan and your STI strategy. Again, in terms of ensuring effective implementation, we interrogate those documents and ensure as per the schedule, as per the scheduled implementation period, that is reflected either in the strategic plans or in your STI strategies, then that again, you ensure it happens in terms of monitoring and evaluation. You ensure you undertake continuous reviews as it has been scheduled of your STI strategies, so that you are able also to see the journey you plan and how far you are moving towards accomplishment and attaining the intended objectives of, let's say, your STI strategy. So again, you have a very critical role. These are some of the experiences we are sharing, so that as we implement, most of us who are implementing the STI strategy, for example, will find it easier, and many of us who are developing also can find an easy route in terms of doing this. So basically, that's what it is for both focal person and champions, which is critical. Most of you have been asking and have been saying, but I don't think this is applicable to your institutions, to the groups that we are taking through today, because for you as institutions, which are part of Mintro and higher level learning, science, technology, and innovation becomes critical for you. Most of you have labs. Most of you have a lot of innovations that you have already undertaken and all that, and the indicator is properly home. But basically, in terms of scope, as we have seen from MTP4, from Vision 2030, everyone contributing for you to demonstrate that you're effectively and efficiently contributing, let's say, to MTP4, then being part and parcel of the journey of STI mainstreaming becomes very critical. So in terms of scope, all of us contributing either to Vision 2030, MTP4, our strategic plans, our work plans, then doing STI mainstreaming is part of it. In terms of monitoring and reporting and feedback, basically, and I think I've touched on this, you ensure you observe timelines. That is very, very critical. And this is very, very important, so that you're not penalized. Ensure you report on time. And of course, not only reporting, but also you are reporting the right things. You are reporting as per the prescribed templates or per the prescribed online tool, so that you're able to give the information that is needed. So basically, this becomes very, very critical. The indicator itself for 2023, 2024, for many of us who are with us, probably for the second quarter, who have only been with us for the first 2 quarters, or maybe this is your first time, one of the key requirements is that either you appoint or reappoint the focal person. This is possible because most of times we have officers leaving institutions, exiting, and there is always a need. And we said the recommended the recommended life for your STI strategy basically is 3 years. So we expect also the committee to run for 3 years, the STI mainstreaming committee to run for 3 years. But in case there are changes of either champions or the focal person, then you reappoint. So that is the requirement. Number 1, you should have the champions and the focal person either appointed or reappointed, which is very, very critical. Then the next one is either you are developing or implementing your STI strategy. And I think we have discussed this from the previous lines. You're either developing, and most of us who are developing, then you commit that. But if you're implementing again, you implement based with your work plan that you develop for actualizing those scheduled activities. Activity number 2, either you develop and implement, you develop and implement your annual work plan. So this is cut across for the 2 categories. If you're developing or implementing your STI strategy, you always need the work plan. And the next, of course, is to submit your quarterly report. So it's a very clear indicator that can easily be implemented. In our discussion from the time we started this presentation, we have emphasized the relationship from Vision 2030, from MTP4, from your strategic plans, your work plan, your STI strategies for effective implementation. And again, for effective STI mainstreaming, again, we have also brought the issue of the focal person and champions and the role they play, because the focal person is overall, but the champions belong to respective departments. And these are the departments where these activities are happening. Annual work plans are developed. We will have the annual work plan, but we shall have departmental or directorate work plans cascaded at lower levels. We'll have strategic plans and activities cascaded across. So again, for effective mainstreaming, STI mainstreaming, we need to get right the relationship between these processes and the documents that we have in place that are guiding our planning, that are guiding our actualization of our mandate. So from the work plans to the PCs, to the evaluation process, basically to the scoring from our strategic plans and all that, we must get it right. And within all these subset of activities, we have our champions who represent who are representative of their department and their areas within all these cycles we are talking about. So basically, we need to ensure that all these activities, where we have identified activities to be undertaken in relation to science, technology, and innovation, they happen as it is indicated. Some of the key achievements since we started implementation, one, we have said there is a progressive increase in terms of MDAs who are coming on board. Ministries and departments are seriously coming on board, and some of the state departments have really taken it upon themselves to ensure that they infuse matter, science, technology, innovation in the STI strategies. Very good example is the State Department, like economic planning, treasury, and all that. And bearing in mind that we negotiate with them our PCs, then it shows that indeed there is an harmonious process. It will be an harmonious process in terms of implementation, because when our ministries are brought on board, and they're able to infuse this indicator within the sagas and the downstream institutions, then that becomes easy for you. For example, when you're negotiating with the most of you and most of us, we negotiate with the Ministry of Education and within the respective, of course, state department, and realize because they have already embraced matter, science, technology, innovation, it becomes easier for you in terms of implementation and in terms of even negotiating resources for effective implementation. Again, another big success in terms of improvement is NACOSTA has automated this process, which ideally is meant to make the work easier for you in terms of reporting, and ensure that efficiency is infused in the process. And that is critical. All documents that you need for the same in a cost website, and that is important. In fact, that is very critical for effective implementation of this indicator. And I know most of us have experienced this, but always we are open in case you have any challenges. Again, you can always raise it and you'll be assisted. But indeed is an area where they have done very well. Timely capacity building on quarterly basis. Again, this is very critical to build your capacity on quarterly basis and to help you so that you are able to report from a point of being informed and from a point where you're improving what you reported from the earlier quarters. Some of the challenges are such like low budgetary allocations and steady funding and all that. But the point is, for us to overcome this as TVET, for example, you realize like in your area, you may not have budgeted directly probably the 2%, at least 2% allocation in your budget, but you realize you are buying equipment, you are doing so much, you're buying equipment. Those contribute to the area of science, technology, and innovation. You are always getting technology. You are procuring certain technology to help you undertake your work is here. You are doing a lot of innovation. So anything that goes, any money that you spend in that area of research, science, technology, innovation, even if you didn't budget for it, that is part of the 2% allocation. So that's one of the easiest way to address it, to address research project that you are undertaking. Again, every budget in that direction contribute to what we refer to as at least 2% allocation. From 18 cycle, again, some of the successes, formation of those STI mainstreaming committees. That is very critical, and we encourage all of us, if you have not formed these committees, chairperson, with the focal person as a chairperson and champions, you constitute the committees. Continuous capacity building, depending on this indicator, these are some of the things that have really taken place. So with that, we talk about strengthen the STI mainstreaming committees. It is very critical. Simplifying reporting processes. These are some of the areas that we have done very well, and we hope we'll continue doing well. And of course, in case of any emerging issues as we implement, then we're able to bring them up either through NACOST, or you discuss them as committees. And then if you cannot be able sufficiently to address them, then you can always is very, very critical. Principles, again, in terms of effective mainstreaming, these are some of the experiences we are sharing. But again, as we said, engagement constructively and positively to ensure that emerging issues are taken care of, addressing any concerns that may come on your way, and ensuring that indeed what needs to be done is done. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, this is a feedback. This is some of the reports, like for the year 2022-2023, the financial that ended, that has already ended. But you can see in terms of numbers, from where we started to where we are, we did doing very well as institutions, and we are bracing. And again, since, as we said again, from Vision 2030 all the way to our work plans and to our PCs, matter, science, technology, innovation have already been mainstreamed, then we need to, this is an indicator that indeed we are in the right direction. Otherwise, as I conclude, I can just say that there is great improvement on total number of MDs that have committed STI mainstreaming, and there are many willing also and who are joining us so that we can be able to undertake this journey and deliver the intended objective. As we said, and as I finish, is that if you look at MTP4, which is the key document now that is ending the journey of Vision 2030, matter, science, technology, and innovation have clearly been identified as key and critical, which have been translated in your strategic plans, and which again you have cascaded, or you have broken down in your STI strategies, and that shows you how critical and important the process is. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end it there. And I thank you for listening. And in case you have any question or any clarification, for now, we request that you use chat. You can bring your questions through chat. We also have question and answers. You can also bring them through question and answer. You can write them there. We are going to respond to them. But ultimately, of course, we'll have a plenary where, in case there's anything you want to shoot directly or you want to ask directly, then you'll have the opportunity. Otherwise, thank you so much for listening to me and for this opportunity. And I wish you a successful day as we go through STI mainstreaming sensitization. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Javan, for that presentation. That help us now see the bigger picture in terms of this indicator and the experiences around there. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just quickly to follow up to that. I share the roadmap, or more or less the framework, through the template that we are sharing with you to develop the STI mainstreaming strategy, because this is one of the documents we feel that if we get it right, it matters. This indicator, we should be able to make our work easier. So what we have in place, I'm just trying to share the slide. Yes. Good. This will be our second part of the discussion. And this is the document we indicated in part up to the indicator or the sub-indicator that you expected to develop now your institutional STI mainstreaming strategy. And this is what document that will really help you in terms of entrenching and institutionalizing what we want to do downstream in our institutions across. This will be our mechanism to ensure that we get it right, that the matters, science, technology, and innovation, we're able to deploy STI interventions in delivering of our core mandate. So let me take the next few minutes. We have a discussion around the things. And this is a template that we have shared with our stakeholders. It's in our website. that it's able to guide. But more important, I wanted to cast this so that we see where is the home for this STI mainstreaming as a performance contract indicator. It has its own basis in the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act of 2013. And this is a legal framework that we're using to promote and to regulate matters, science, technology, and innovation. The act was enacted because of a number of those purposes. But what I just want to focus for our business today is one of the purposes for this law was to help us as a country to entrench science, technology, and innovation into our production system. And what the earlier speaker has just indicated, this is one indicator that is cross-cutting because matters STI is cross-cutting. For all institutions, based on your mandate and your functions, science, technology, and innovation is relevant to what you are doing, but based on where you sit. And this is where we need to have a discussion so that we are able to bring everybody on board. Because there has to be always those questions that what is it for us in mainstreaming? We are saying science, technology, and innovation is a cross-cutting issue. We have its basis in this STI Act of 2013. So again, my point is indicating here as a country, we had agreed those many years back that this is a national agenda. So that this is not an acoustic issue. It's what we agreed as a country that we need to deploy science, technology, and innovation across the basis. So this is the basis in terms of the legal framework where we are basing this. And we really want to thank our government for having even this platform at the performance contract platform to really to canvass this matter and ensure everybody across the public sector has this in their performance contract and in their programs and their activities. The indicator, this is how it looks like, just had shared earlier before. This is what you are expected to do. So bullet number 1, you are expected to develop that strategy. Those who have already developed, thank you so much. You are in the implementation phase. Again, it is important for us, if you have issues, to raise them. But allow me to share the template for those who are in the process of developing one, those who are coming for the first time, and even those who may wish to review their documents, so that this become our forum to discuss that. So we are expected to develop that, and that has a 30% score in terms of your evaluation end of this financial year. So we are not late. We have an opportunity to get it right here. So the purpose of this document we are calling STI mainstreaming a strategy for different institutions is to ensure, just as the law, the STI Act had already indicated, its aspiration was to help us entrench matters STI in our activities, in our programs. So we have a mechanism through this document that we should be able to institutionalize what we want to do. And again, this should be from your own perspective, not what NACOST will dictate, but what are the issues, matters, STI that you want to articulate based on your mandate, based on your functions. So we have the opportunity to use this, to develop that mechanism and action plans for us to do that. So in that effort is what now NACOST has prepared this template. In the interest of time, I only share the template as provided. A very straightforward document, just a 5-chapter document, so that for uniformity purposes, that's why we are indicating so. Most of you, perhaps you have other formulas, but for the purpose of this performance contract indicator, we have indicated that we just want to have a simple document, but that articulate your issues and is very clear how we want to deploy matters or STI interventions in helping your institution. Chapter 1 will request you to do just a quick background on your institution. Chapter 2, we'll be asking you to do your situational analysis. That one, you're looking at yourselves internally as institutions of higher learning. So what is your status? What is your issues? What is your gaps? So that we are able to have an opportunity to address, put mitigation measures in there. This chapter 3 will have how we're going to get our strategies to respond to your analysis. Chapter 4 is a straightforward, just a table for implementation framework, just to help us measure what we want to do. And chapter 5 is a monitoring and evaluation. So this is a template that we have shared in a very brief manner. I will speak to what each chapter you are expected to put in those sections. Chapter 1, as I've just indicated, this is just about your background as an institution. And this, you are the expert. You are the only one yourselves who can tell us your background, how you've been established, your legal frameworks, and your functions and mandate, so that you can tell the world who yourselves are. So that's a very short chapter, but very precise, and all the info you have it. And again, highlighting some of the key issues or STI-related matters in that. So what we agree, chapter 1, you're just speaking to yourselves so that you summarize for us, so we know who are yourselves, particularly your mandates and functions, because that would be very important. What will guide this document? Chapter 2, very strategic, because we are asking you to do a situational analysis and you provide the justification for this document. In a situational analysis, what we are asking you yourselves as focal persons and champions is that you look at your institution internally using the SWOT, the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities, and the threat in yourselves. Because this is your process. Yourself, you lead this process on behalf of your institution. So that's why we are saying it is yourselves to look at it. Of course, these matters have been articulated in your strategic plan, but here we have a clear bias to science, technology, and innovation. What would be your opportunities around the STI matters? What would be your issues, your worries, your concerns, your threats, and the weaknesses that we can deploy matters, science, technology, and innovation to address and to mitigate that? And this becomes a very important document for yourselves as the champions and focal person to present to your institution, because it's a golden opportunity for you to help your institution fix or put mitigation measures to what you see as gaps and where you see as issues. So this will inform chapter 3, because we want, once we go to chapter 3, as we are developing the strategies, we are able to respond to some of the gaps that you have seen. Is it human resource inadequacy? How would you want? What would be some of the strategies you put in place to address that? So, ladies and gentlemen, that is what we are asking in chapter 2. Again, a very short and precise chapter, but it speaks to your real issues. And that's why I'm saying this document can only be done in your own language, in whatever shape you want it yourself, because you are looking at yourselves. Of course, you will have no role here, but only to guide. Good. So chapter 3, so quickly what we have said, this is for it to give it that strategic orientation, it has to be guided by your strategic plans, because you have your bigger visions, your missions, your core values. So this document becomes a sub strategy, because it will be a very important document to help you in terms of catalyzing the processes and the actions and the activities around helping yourself into achieving what you had set out in your strategic plans. So this will add a lot of value in what you will need to do. And that's why I'm saying we are not asking you to craft any other vision, mission, and the likes. So we will just customize what is in your strategic plan. But what we are providing as Lacoste And here what you will need to link this with chapter 2. We are providing these 8 strategic issues, which we feel that as a country, if we address this, as our institutions across the board, if you address these aspects, and we are able to deploy science, technology, and innovation interventions around that, we should be able to be somewhere. And this is the basis, what we are asking you to mainstream. We want you to mainstream matters STI across these strategic issues. These are strategic issues that are, again, cross-cutting. Like number 1, we are talking about a very important strategic issue for yourselves, human resource development. There's no one institution that will succeed in achieving their mandate without adequate or capacity build in terms of the human resource capacity they do have. So one of the strategic issues that we want to see in your STI mainstreaming strategy is how do you want to address matters human resource development. Remember in chapter 2, we asked you to look at internally, analyze yourselves. Do you have weaknesses there? If you do, what would you propose to address? Is it to increase the number? Is it to train? Is it to retool those who are there? So that is what I'm saying. Second is infrastructure for the STI and digital readiness. Again, a very important and strategic issue for yourselves. Each institution represented here, you will agree with me, that is very important for yourselves, for you to be able to deliver on in what you are established to deliver. We need to have modernize our infrastructure. We need to position ourselves because we are living in rapidly changing times. Technology is changing rapidly. So what do you wish to do around that aspect? Again, we are giving you an open check that propose for us that how you need to address the matters infrastructure in yourself. Could it be for teaching? Could it be for research? So that you look at yourselves from your situational analysis. Where are you today? Where would you wish to be in the next 4 or 5 years? And considering how the technology is rapidly changing. That again, we are saying it can only come from you because we may not want to dictate to you what to do, but be informed by your bigger plan because of what you had projected to do. The issues of funding, we all agree that the exchequer support is diminishing every year. What mechanism would you wish? What strategy would you wish to put in place, either to mobilize resources? Because we have to exist, we have to innovate, and we have to deliver on our core mandate, even as the government support is becoming limited. So we are saying this is a very important document because for you as champion, you articulate for your institution, how do you want to do that? Again, I want to repeat, it is from your own perspective, not what NACOSU will do. NACOSU will have already given a roadmap. Propose your strategies around that. And these strategies, those are the things that you are able to do yourself in a period of 3, 4, 5 years. Good. The issues of collaboration and partnership, again, a very important strategic issue at for the country level, even for yourselves as an institution. We know you have a number of MOUs and agreements with others for mutual benefit. So we are saying is an important issue that we need to deploy some deliberate actions, some deliberate strategies to help yourselves. Of course, you can always collaborate with those institutions or agencies that are going to help you in delivering on your mandate. The issues of technology development, technology transfer, again, it is at the core of your mandate and your functions, your institution of higher learning, where a lot of innovations are taking place, technology development. You are the engine for our country to develop that. So this become a very important document for you because, again, you articulate how you want to address the matters of tech transfer, technology development, innovation, protection, the IP regimes around there, the IP policy, and all those. How do you want to create innovativeness? How do you want to protect people's rights as you're working? And particularly when you're working with your students who are very innovative around there. What would be some of the strategies would you wish to develop to promote matters technology development and technology transfer and diffusion? Because again, we need to diffuse what you are coming up from your institution for uptake and for commercialization. Again, because the majority of the participants here you will agree with me, the issues of education, training, and research is an important strategic issue for yourselves and for the country. We are witnessing major reforms around matters education. So is this an opportunity for you to put some science, technology, and innovation strategies around there for you to position yourselves? Because of the changes that they come, how would you embrace them? How do you position yourselves better? Again, it can only come from your end. That's what would be your wish list around there. The issues of STI advocacy and awareness, like what we are doing here, what are some of the strategies you're going to put in place so far as creating awareness around all the matters, science, technology? Why would it bother? Because it is important that each and every of our institutions are able to help us in raising the awareness, because we need to know and we need to agree as a country and as an institution, matters, science, technology, and innovation are that critical for us to be able to reflog some of the processes to attain what we are aspiring so far as a sustainable and inclusive development. Of course, gender mainstreaming, those just the issues of equity or inclusivity matters in the science, technology, and innovation programs, like how you are constituting those committees, the STI mainstreaming committees. Are you addressing matters, gender in the programs and in the activities? So this is in a nutshell, is what we have given you as strategic issues to guide in developing your strategy, STI mainstreaming strategy for your institution. But we don't want to restrict you to these 8. If you have other issues that you think they are strategic to yourselves, you can add. But for the purpose of the performance contract, we are putting this on the table. So we would wish to see your strategies around there. Should you require our support in coming up with this, yes, we should be able to step in and assist. And of course, I know there has been a lot of requests around this, particularly for the groups we're having today. And this is something we are looking forward to really work with you at different region levels so that we are able to agree that this document speaks to your mandate, speaks to your functions. So I'm spending much of the time on the chapter 3 because, again, this is where you have to get it right. And it has to speak to your language. So all those strategic issues, as I've enumerated them, so we are providing this tabular form for you to be able to put your issues. We have not put them in any order of priority, but just listing for them. But particularly example for the issue number 1, human resource, we need or we want to ask you, generate your objectives there. And these objectives, you are coming up with what? What do you want to do? So you answer that question. What do you want to do to the matters human resource development? For example, what we have shared there, what do you want to do? Is it to enhance quality? Or is it perhaps to enhance the capacity that you have? That would may not tell you, but we want just ask yourself that question. What do you want to do in the matters human resource? Because you need to do something. The last column we're putting the strategies. This is now how you answer that question. How will you do it? Is it to increase the number of staff? Is it to ensure gender parity across STI program? Those could be some examples of strategies you can have for that human resource development strategic issue. And that could be one of the objectives. Of course, you can have many based on your needs, based on your mandate, based on your functions. Issues of infrastructure. For example, we will not go through all of them, but this is just as an example so that you can see the flow and the thought process. That if it is infrastructure for the STI, because I'm saying we are biased. We're talking about infrastructure to promote matters, science, technology, and innovation. What would you wish to do? The question will be your objective, strategy, objective. Answer, what do you want to do? Is it to enhance? Is it to strengthen what you have? Is it to modernize? All that, because again, if you are in teaching, if you are in research, there is what you want to do, there is what you wish to do. Strategies just tell us how. How will you do it? Is it to allocate more funding, to modernize, to expand, or is it to improve what you have? So that is the thought process. And that is what we are saying. We can only guide you so that you provide your wish list. Issues of funding, we have agreed our budgets are always limiting. You need to ask yourselves as a focal persons and champion to assist your institution and your committee, what would you wish to do to increase funding? The strategy will be how would you want to do it? Remember in the law, in the STI Act, we have that commitment of the government to allocate 2% of the GDP. At your institution, at budget, the operational budget, how much do you want to set aside for the matters science, technology, and innovation? STI advocacy again, how do you want to address the matters raising and increasing STI awareness? Education, mainly, I just want to highlight this because you are in there, the training and research is again the cross-cutting issue. What would you wish to do? How would you wish to do it? You are the experts in there. So that is the process. So let me now go to chapter 4, in the interest of time, so that chapter 4, this only deals now with the implementation framework of your institutional strategy that you have developed. And just in your strategic plan, this is again an important chapter because it helps you track and measure what you are able to do. And in this, you should be able to tell you whether what you're coming up with are smart objectives and strategies, because they should be measurable. For example, issues of human resource development, if your strategy perhaps could be to increase the research, science, technology, and engineering personnel. You need to tell us what would be the expected results. Once you do that, you increase the numbers. Maybe you tell us the percentages that you're going to increase. Performance indicator, the numbers of going to recruit or the numbers that you're going to retrain. Means of verification, where as a monitoring and evaluation, because the next chapter will deal with that. How would you measure that? How would you verify that you are able to recruit? What will be the expected cost? Remember, we informed earlier in terms of the constituting these STI mainstreaming committees at your level. It is important to have champions across different departments. So that if, for example, you have a champion from the finance accounts, will be able to help you project the cost. Because this question has always been raised, is Nacosti asking us to do this strategy without a budget? No, we have saying this is a sub-strategy because this is guided by your strategy plan. This should be within what you are projected to do within the next 5 years, but you're using this document to prioritize and get it right. So then this becomes a very useful document for you to attain that which you are set and you had aspired to do. Example, the strategic issue on infrastructure, digital readiness. If your strategy would be to allocate funds, we expect the result, would wish to see those improved, those modernized infrastructure in place. Performance indicator, you would see the numbers, you look for the maybe budget increase. You would be able to verify that one from asset registers and budget. And again, what will be the projected cost? Projected, or that we are using estimated. Your champions finance will tell you what was your projection in the next 5 years, what you wanted to do. But this document, you're just bringing down what needs to be done within a year or within a 2-year period. Finally, we have the monitoring and evaluation as a chapter, and this is our mechanism for monitoring this document. And who will have these roles? In this chapter, you have to allocate it clearly to yourselves, the focal person and the champion. It's your duty to have that, but we are saying you are not reinventing the wheel, because you have your documented procedures, how you do monitoring and evaluation internally, how you do the reporting. So we are asking you just to customize what you have in your strategy plan for this document. How would you monitor? Would you have monthly or quarterly reports, annual reports? The strategy is a live document. How would you wish to review this document? Preferably midterm or end term, or if need be, like today or this currently, we have been reviewing our strategy plan to align them with the 5th generation guidelines, with the better programs, agenda, and all those kind of things. So you can also review this document if need be to align it with the changes in the government. So chapter 5 will be very simple and straightforward again, because we're just indicating that how you're going to monitor and review the document. Because again, it's one thing to do a very important strategy document, but if there's no that responsibility, who take the responsibility to ensure that which you committed is done within which period? Are you on track? Are you getting it right? So that we get that. So ladies and gentlemen, that is what I thought I would share as a template for this document, because in the interest of time, we may not be able to do this document, but that is just in a nutshell what is expected to go into every chapter to guide you in that process. But again, what I'm saying is that consider it's the business of Lacoste to ensure that you get it right. So any support you would wish around that process of doing that document will be highly welcome. Great. So I think I need to end there for that presentation. And for the first 2 presentations, again, we just ask you to continue engaging us on the webinar chat, the Q&A section. You can put your issues there and your comments. And again, even the kind of the support you wish, we will still welcome that, and we'll be ready to address that. I think now it is 10:30. So we want to ask you indulgence that we take a health break. We'll be back at 11. Okay, great. So ladies and gentlemen, let's get back at 11 for the next 2 other presentations. But toward the end, we'll have that open forum that you should be able to raise your issues, and together with what we have already indicated for us in the chat, we should be able to address them. So thank you. Let's reconvene at 11. Okay. Good morning once again. I want to take this opportunity again to invite you for the second part of this sensitization. Thank you for staying online. Thank you for your comment, for your question, and for your suggestion. Well, much appreciated. To be able to address them as we go along. I think now at this point we are ready to start off with the presentation that will cover the online reporting tool. And particularly this is important for you because after this training, you will have access to the online portal so that you're able to report your quarter 3 reports in time. So interact, paying attention to the next presentation, and then finally we'll have an overview in terms of the trends in the science, technology, and innovation ecosystem from the Director General, so to crown everything. But for now, let me invite my colleague, Cyrus Kamau, to take us through the reporting portal that is, again, as a result of your demand that we digitize and simplify the reporting tool. Okay, Cyrus.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, participants. Yeah, we are in the presentation to do with the reporting of this indicator. So allow me to share my screen. So it's much more hands-on process. So I don't anticipate to have slides in this. I think it's an easier way to just ensure that we are able to go through the process together and understand the process, especially for those who are new to the indicator. At least you have an opportunity to go through, to take you through. And I hope my screen is visible. Maybe for purposes of the video, I will just mute to ensure that I don't have interruptions or bandwidth issues. So I've shared my window, and from my window you can see. So I'll take you directly to NACOST website. So for those who are joining for the first time, when you go to nacosti.gu.ke, it will take you to this website. Under the menus, where we have a menu where I have just clicked PC, that's performance contracting for ministries, departments, and agencies. You can click that. Or alternatively, there is just below the picture bar, the floating picture bar, there is also a LED bar there, Science, Technology, Innovation, Mainstreaming in MDS PC target for this financial year, 2023-2024. Either of this, it will take you to that page or that microsite that is responsible for reporting. It has a preamble. Maybe the preamble gives an introduction to the indicator. Why is it important? My colleagues have already gone to those details. I will not go to it, but I'll just go through eligibility, all MDAs involved in the national production system and contributing towards attainment of Vision 2030. I don't think there is any agency, TVETS, National Polytechnic, and institutions that are among us here this morning that is not either addressing the national production system, either through training of human labor, human capital, all in any way contributing in terms of other aspects, either production, technology transfer. So categorized into three. Then we have key activities. So this indicator will be measured, assessed, and evaluated among these three key activities. My colleagues have already gone through it. Number one, 30% on development and implementation of STI mainstreaming strategy, which you have already done in the morning session before the break. Develop and implement STI mainstreaming annual work plan for institutional STI mainstreaming, calling 50%. Promptly and accurately submit the annual report to NACOST using the provided case, which is 20%. So all these add up to 100. So if you have already done the strategy, you have already submitted the work plan, which you did in Q1. For those that are joining now as a new institution, kindly let us know. You can send an email to pc@nacosti.go.ke. There is a team responsible for that communication. They will guide you. We will also add you to the list of MDAs supposed to be reporting. They also provide the necessary links, the necessary credentials that you require to access and report on these indicators. So before I go to the indicator, maybe possible to give, this is a place where you get the reporting tool or the reporting platform or portal. So when you click here, it's supposed to take you to the reporting portal. And from there, you have your user ID, you have the password, which is already shared with the focal persons. For the focal persons who have changed or who are new or who have been assigned a new appointments, kindly liaise with PC@Nacosti. This team will assist you in getting the credentials, if in case you don't have the credentials. You know that the quarter is ending on Sunday. So by Monday 1st, which is Easter Monday, the portal will be open for reporting of third quarter. And it will be open for 15 days until 15th of April, when you're able to report. Then you have the STI mainstreaming work plan. There is a template in Word document here. You can download that and develop the work plan, especially for those that have not done it. Those who did it in first quarter, what you shared with us is sufficient. You don't have to go there. Then you have template for institutional strategy. You have just been taken through the institutional strategy. There is a Word document and a PDF document. You can use the Word when you're developing your strategy. So it's already available for you to guide you and to make your work simply in terms of. So to understand the bigger details, what a strategy contains, there is a guide, a PDF document, which you can click here and download that guide to guide you in the process of developing the STI strategy. So it is a more detailed document with more areas of emphasizing on what areas is looked into. Earlier on, my colleague Javan shared the responsibility of focal persons. There is this link that gives you the TORs and the requirements for that appointment. So if you are not appointed a focal person or a champion, and possibly you are wondering what are the TORs, you can come here and you download this document. It's a 2-pager, one for focal person, the other one for champions. It has very straightforward details and information about what are the requirements and what are the responsibilities and duties of focal persons and the champions. They can help you to draft the letter and maybe tailor based on those requirements given. List of institutions implementing the STI strategy. Maybe you are not in this list, like those who are saying they are new institutions. So we may need to add you here. So at PC@Nacosti, just let us know the name of the institution. Then we will be able to follow up with you and provide you with necessary details. In case we may need to contact you by call, we'll do the same and we'll be able to gather what we need to assist you in reporting this indicator. Then last year, that's the 19th cycle of the financial year, we had the scores which were assigned to institutions. Maybe if you're a new focal person or a champion, and you're not so sure what this indicator was scored for your TVETS or National Polytechnic, the list is available there. So you are able to access it and you can see the scores that were provided for the last financial year. So from here, I will take you to the portal. This is just a preliminary. So you just need to, you can either click the link here that is provided to take you to the tool, or you can just go to stipc.nacosti.go.ke. That's a subdomain. It's a portal that's a subdomain for STI performance contracting. Then you click enter, should be able to take you to this. So under this STI mainstreaming portal, which is our reporting tool, there is home. So whatever is in home is what I have just explained, the preamble, eligibility issues, key activities of what this indicator will carry, including the scores. Then it has some additional information. Prior to reporting, what are you required to do? So before you come to this system and report, you need to have duly filled areas of which this information are, then documentary evidence, which is provided here down. So you also need an appointment letter of the focal person, appointment letter for the champion, approved STI work plan signed by the CEO, approved STI strategy if it's there, documentary evidence or research project and innovation outputs, intellectual property policy, research policy, and the principal or the accounting officer of your institution a letter to forward the evidences that you have already populated. So we'll see how this documentary evidence listed here, at which points is it required and which points needs to be loaded. So after that, you can go down to institutions. We have institutions categorized as ministries, research institutes, state agencies, state departments, TVETS, and universities. So at the TVETS and tertiary colleges, you were able to get the institutions that are linked under that. So there is a Ministry Department Agency ID and the name. So this name and your MD ID is important because this becomes your user ID. So to log into the portal, you need to look for your user ID, and then you get the password that Nacoste will supply to your focal person. Then you'll be able to log into your account and you're able to get it. So far there are 171 TVETs and tertiary training colleges that are put here. This includes teachers training colleges, they include national polytechnics, all that, the technical training institute, science and technology institutes, they're all being listed here. So you're able to see whether your institution is listed here. So if your institution is not listed here, most likely they're not, then you don't have a user ID and need to be added to this list so that your user ID gives you the credentials to which you're able to log in. So from here, you can be able to log in. You click on login. Then you use your MDA ID here. So this is the MDA ID for Nacoste 300124 as a state corporation. Then there is a password, which will be a secret key in to log into the system. So once you are given that, you'll be able to successfully log in. So the first part is what we call the MDA profile. So the MDA profile contains information that you need to enter once. You don't need to do quarterly reporting on this. So once you put it at the beginning of the financial year or at the beginning of your account, then it will run until that information needs to change. So it's divided into 5 parts. The first part is the institutional detail. So in the institutional detail, we have the institutional name, we have the institutional code, we have the official email for the head of the institution, if it is principal at Rift Valley Technical Training Institute.go.ke, to be principal at that. Which county is it? If it is in Uasin Gishu or if it's in Nakuru, you're able to select the county headquarters where you have that. The title of the head of the institution, Dr., Mr., Mrs., Professor, then the name of the head of the institution. So this one becomes the institutional detail part. We need these details because most of the times when you're responding our communication, like when you're sending letters of activities that you're undertaking, we send to the CEO. Then the CEO is able to cascade downwards to the focal person. Then the focal person is able to reach out to the institution. Then the second part is coordination and capacity building. So have you appointed an STI focal person? If the answer is no, there will be nothing much, but to know that you haven't. But if the answer is yes, which majority of you are, then you provide with us the details of the focal person. Then provide a copy of the appointment letter. This one allows you to select that document, whatever it is. If it's a PDF document, you're able to go to it, click on it and upload it. So it will allow you to click and upload that letter for the person and champion. So for champions, the same case. If the answer is no, then you will have nothing to upload since you have not appointed. But if the answer is yes, then basically you have to upload the appointment letter by the accounting officer for the focal persons. In most cases, they have one letter. When the first person is a focal person, then a list of 4, 5, 6, 7, depending on the size of the institution, all the way up to 10 or whatever number that is suitable for your institution as champions. So the same letter for the focal persons and champions. Other accounting officer would like to have a separate letter for the focal person and a separate letter for the champion. So whichever way that you do, if it's the same letter, then you can upload it in both cases. A situation focal person participated in mainstreaming training sensitization like the one we are having today. If the answer is no, then it will be no. If the answer is yes, then you have a place to where you can be able to type. So if there are several, maybe like in this quarter, you have said you have attended this one that we have here for quarter 3, then you can say analyze sensitization happening between this date to this date. Develop and implement the STI strategy. If you have developed the STI work plan, and then you have a position to where you are able to attach, which is signed by the CEO, then you can be able to click and attach. If you have developed an STI strategy, the answer is yes, then you're supposed to go and select that strategy, wherever it is, then you're able to upload it. Then that document will be uploaded. That's why I say that if the answer is no, you will not get the feature to upload. If the answer is yes, then you will get a feature which will allow you to choose a file that is responsible and you're able to file. If the document is wrong, you can still choose and go back and select the correct document that is supposed to be uploaded at that position. And the document will now be uploaded. Just give it some time to upload that document. Then we have the fourth part, which is STI guiding documents. These are 2 policy documents, the research policy and an IP policy. So if you have developed a research policy, you can upload. If you don't have, then you can still say no. If you don't have an IP policy, the answer is no, then you can still select no. However, we are encouraging institutions, TVETS, polytechnics, teachers training colleges, to at least have this document in place. They guide, especially for the intellectual property policies, because they allow staff to understand how do they benefit if you come up with an innovation. How do you benefit if you come up with a technology that you need to transfer? So it's a good area which TVETS and national polytechnics and tertiary colleges should be able to explore. And if the committee has not developed policies for research and IP, I think this is a high time they should emphasize and see, and also do it in an engaging way for the staff. Then the last part, which is part number 6, is contribution towards implementation of Kenya international obligation. So about contribution towards Kenya international obligations is related to areas where NACOSTI is a focal point. Maybe I need to emphasize on that. Yeah? It is not in so many obligations that are outside our scope. So our scope is where Kenya is a focal point. As of today, Kenya is a focal point to 5 areas. One of them is the Biological Weapons Convention, what we call the BWC. Then we have AFRA. AFRA is under IEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, which is a UN body in Vienna. Then another one is what we call the CTBTO, which is Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty Organization. It also has its headquarters in Vienna. BWC has its headquarters, is a UN body that has its headquarters in Geneva. Then we're also members of ISTICO. That's the East African, it's an EAC body that is called East African Science and Technology Commission. I think when the DG comes in, he's going to explain much of that in terms of what do these contributions require. But I can give a quick update. Like if you're dealing with biological research or biological labs, maybe Eldoret Polytechnic does chemical engineering, or does biological engineering or biomedical engineering, then you would want to know, are you dealing with biological materials and specimens in your labs? And if yes, you're able to select yes, then there is a place where you're supposed to be guided in terms of reporting while those materials are supposed to come in. If the answer is no, majority of them have been no, but you're not ruling out a yes. So we also anticipate that as you answer this question, you also do some internal consultation to know whether you are dealing with any kind of biological specimen. Others keep rats for medical studies, for sampling and doing some tests within the lab. Those are cases of now what you're calling biological species, which can be used even in TVETS and National Polytechnic research, especially on biological areas. Then they will become a key player in this. So once you're able to fill the first part, which you're calling the MDA profile here, this profile, once it's full, you're going to create updates. When the portal is open, it will take you now to fill the data that you are supposed to fill. For now, you can see that quarter 1 and quarter 2 have been active and have been submitted. So by 1st of April, quarter 3 will be active and it will be ready for submission. So here it will be green, showing that you can be able, it will unlock for you to be able to report quarter 3. Maybe to go back to the earlier aspect of, so once you fill the profile, it's supposed to take you to this. Once you fill the MDA profile, it takes you to, before you go to submit, it gives you this space to enter data. So we have data collection tools in form of tables. These are the tables that are used in quarter 1 reporting, and possibly you may need them for quarter 2 and quarter 3 in terms of collecting data. We have these 8 areas which data is collected and should be submitted quarterly. That's the staff establishment, human resource capacity, RSTI infrastructure and facilities, expenditure, RSTI inputs, STI outputs, STI dissemination. If you look at the flow of this from step 4 to step 8, all these things are all connected towards one level. And that means you start with human resource capacity, which is an STI requirement within your strategy. Then you tell us what equipments do you have that this human resource capacity can use within your organization, within your TVETS, or within your organization. Then what budgets do you have most likely to support staff and equipment operations within your tertiary institution or within your college, within your national polytechnic. Then after you spend money on programs, that's inputs. Inputs are programs that you are undertaking within the TVETS or within your institution. Then after you do those programs, you have outputs. I would give an example. If I have some work that I'm working on in my mechanical lab, I'm able to fabricate an equipment. Maybe it could be an electric equipment that can be able to do minced meat. And that fabricated equipment is part of my process. I had to have the equipment, I had to have the requirements, I had to have some raw materials. My output will be that equipment. So the question that I have in terms of output, I have come up with a technology equipment, a minced meat equipment. Then this becomes my output. Do I need to commercialize it? Do I need to go around butcheries and I'm telling butcheries, if you want to have a minced meat, we can do an equipment for minced meat, and it has met the same standard like any other that you'd want to buy or to import, then you can be able to do that. The same case, it could cut across. So in such a case, you're talking about technology transfer. You're able to develop a tool. From that technology, you're able to develop an equipment. That equipment can be sold in the market. Then you're able to have the output available. Then you can have activities to disseminate your outputs. This could be workshops, there could be shows, there could be trade fairs, there could be conferences, like one that the course is going to host next month. So all these are areas where you can come and do an exhibition as part of the dissemination process. And as I said, the contribution towards implementation of the Kenyan Statutory Obligation, step number 9, is if your answer is yes. So my answer was no. So you realize that within my menu on top here, I don't have 9. But if I select yes, that have an activity to do with biological species within my area of work, then I'm able to report that, and I'm guided accordingly in terms of reporting. Moving to that, once you're able to move to step 1, you can move to save and continue. It will take you to step 2 here on top. So step 2 involves data about HR. Maybe there is what's the approved establishment. Nacosti has an approved establishment of 172. How many are on board? I can say 98. How many are doing technical services? I can say 46. Do I have INPO staff who are non-Kenyans? Maybe you have work exchange program. You have technical advisors with GIZ or USAID, then you're able to indicate. Maybe you have 1. So from there, you're able also now to come and have the layout. By the establishment, you have the position of Director General, current in post 1. Directors, our establishment has 2 director positions. How many are currently employed? 2. That's what you're calling in post. Our organization as NACOSTI has 17 positions for deputy directors. How many are currently in post 12, which means there are like 5 or so positions that is not occupied. And it will go like this. So for TVETS, you're anticipating you have the principal as one position. You have deputy principals, one for academy, one for co-curricular, and then you have registrars, then you have senior heads of department, deputy heads of department, lecturers, tutors, technologists, and the list will go down. So after you finish this entry, you can save and continue. It will take you to step 3 here on top, where you deal with human resource. So here you deal with the human resources that are available within the organization. So we have five areas of study that are stated here. So this data is borrowed from a table that's already provided. And you can download that table here. For purposes of collecting data as a focal person, like now if you have to do with human resource, you can download the table from here. You can click download. Then if you have a champion from HR, she's the most suitable person who can be able to assist in terms of getting that data. And possibly once that data comes to you, you're able to populate it within this category. So after that, if you're able to fill this data, for those who have already been able to fill, you're able to click save and continue. It will take you on top here to step 4. So to move to step 3 and move to step 4. Allow me to wait for internet. I think there's okay. Yeah, the internet has moved us to step 4. So step 4, you're dealing with infrastructure, dealing with facilities and equipment. Research, science, technology, infrastructure, facilities and equipment. So you can be able to add, you can be able to edit, you can be able to delete. Like now, if there is something to do with that, if you want to add a new equipment, you click add, give the name of the equipment. You can say mechanical fabricators. Date installed. If I'm aware of the date, I can select the date. If maybe I can start with the month, installed on August 20th, 2017. Location of it could be mechanical workshop. Cost of the equipment, if I'm aware, I can write. If I'm not aware, I can still get time to get. Maybe I can say 13 million. Then capability is used for fabrication. Is it still in use? Yes or no? If it is under maintenance, then you can say no. If it is still in use, you can say yes and you click yes. So that record will be added within your list of record. And this list of record is accumulative. So it's as far back as maybe 5-10 years of the equipment that you have that are currently operational. So if there are no equipment being bought this quarter, then you do not need to add. But you can still maintain the list with the old equipment that the institution has collectively across all areas of training, whether it is human nutrition, engineering, ICT, whatever area of within the institutes that these equipments are in use. So as you add, you can also save and continue. It will take you to expenditure. So the expenditure is given based on the grants. If you are receiving, like what you can say, if you have rent, if you have A in A, like students who are paying school fees, that's part of A in A, appropriations in aid. You can see how much total budget is expected. What's the annual recurrent budget? So there's a total development budget, total recurrent budget, then R&D budget. So R&D budget is a percentage of a recurrent budget. So then you're able to say for the R&D budget for this financial year, how much do you intend to spend in research and development? That's research, innovation, and technology issues. Then you're able to put here. Then this quarter. So for quarter 3, when you log into quarter 3, since it will be the end of quarter 3 from 1st of April, you are supposed to spend the actual money that has been spent on that quarter. And the finance team are very good in this. If you can have a champion in finance, he can assist you in computing this so that you don't struggle so much in terms of trying to get these figures for you. So for quarter three, just give the actual. The rest, I think, are already set and they're already known from the beginning of the financial year. Then you go to programs. Programs, you say these are activities that you undertake. Like now you could have a program that you're undertaking with partners. You can be able to click, or you're able to add. Maybe you have name of a program or project. Maybe you can have local garment manufacturing. Or apparel. Then who is a principal investigator? You can say who is a principal investigator. So when did this project begin? So this project must be currently active, but could have begun the year before. It could have begun on 1st January 2023, but is expected to end on 31st. Sorry, supposed to end on December 31st, 2024. Progress status could be 70% complete. This is a percentage, so it's a figure. Source of funds, maybe you have 10 million that comes through the ministry or through the government funding. You could have another source of a partner. You could have 30 million that you're getting from USAID. Can name a development partner. So if you have funding in private sector, if there is none in private sector, you can put source. Then you can say who the partner is, whether public or private sector. So you can say private sector, depending on who the partner is. Then that project will be added among the list. And you will have, and as you progress, you continue having the list of programs as they continue within this list. Then after that, you can say continue. Then you have to deal with outputs. Outputs are issues like innovations, technology transfer. You could have patents. You could have utility models. You could have trademarks that the institution is able to generate. Then if there is one that has come up, I'm still waiting for the internet to take us to outputs, then you're able to do even publications, even reports that have been generated. Like now you can add, you say you have been able to develop. So the list is given here. It's not exhaustive. It's something that you think we have left out. Like now you can say you have commercialized products. You can say the number of commercialized products in this quarter. Because a quarter reporting, you can say you have commercialized 200. Field of study could be in natural sciences. Then remarks. You can say develop. Well, there you have canned juice. Canned juices and yogurt. If that's what the institute has been able to do, then you're able to add. So the items will be added. So this is cumulative for the year, but every quarter you're able to add, so that at the end of the fourth quarter, you have a cumulative of all the items that have been done and where they have, under what field of study area, department, where department falls, what is it, what are the numbers, and then you say whether you commercialize that product. You can click save and continue. It will take you to the last step, which is step 8 on dissemination. So under dissemination, you'll be able to say what kind of dissemination activities you do. Maybe do you market these technologies and innovations that you come up with? And where do you market them? Do you market them under exhibitions? Do you market them under, like now here we can say we had an exhibition. Sorry, I was trying to edit this aspect. You can You can have what kind of elements that you're able to have, either technology transferred, the numbers. Oops. Yeah, you can have exhibitions, details of the activities. Did you have 2 exhibitions undertake? Then you can say county open day. Sorry. That happened maybe on 12th of February 2024. So that the remark can be able to tell that activity maybe happened within that area, that exhibition happened within that day, and what was it? So it gives you the activity and maybe a remark to guide on that. And you can have as many as they have happened, given the period of which they're able to do. So after that, you save and continue. Then you go to the last part for submission. There have been a request by ministries and departments to add a feature to at least have a preview. So we'll be adding that feature in the course of today or tomorrow before the quarter for opening on Monday comes in, so that you're able to click and review before you take to the accounting officer. So once you are able to click and review, you can also print so that the accounting officer can use it to do a letter. Then that letter will be able to be attached. That's the forwarding letter saying that you have been able to finish your entries for this quarter. If you have any relevant comments, like you didn't have additional equipment this financial year or this quarter, whatever it is, you're able to put that comment here, or any other that is relevant to your reporting that you'd want to be noted of interest. Then after that, you can be able to submit. So once you click submit, that data, you'll be told a reference, you have a reference number, which will also be attached to your report, and you're able to receive your report for that. So it will give the submission date. Then if you want to download your submitted report, you can click on review. It will have the reference number that is unique to your submission and the date when you submitted that quarter report. It will carry that date for that submission report. Then you're able to have it here. You can save it in PDF, can click and save as, and maybe select you want to save it as PDF or any other format. It will be able to be saved for you. This one is just for your file, but it will be able to show you what you have entered and what you have received from your entry. So for purposes of that transparency, then it's able to provide that. Sorry for that. I wanted to move back to this. So we also have a report. So once you submit your report, we also do the feedback letter. So once you evaluate the quarter reports, we send this letter by email, but you also keep a copy in your portal so that in case you'd want to see what was submitted, or you are not able to trace, or it was never forwarded downwards maybe to you as a focal person, then you're able to get this. Sometimes even the principal or the accounting officer may want to know, was there a feedback for quarter 2 or for quarter 1? So you can always say yes, because you can always get that letter for feedback on the reporting that has been done for that quarter. So with that, I think, I don't know whether I have left anything. Let me, before I close, and give back to the chair to see whether it's something else that, no, I think the report is there, the submission is there. Yep. Maybe something to do with you need help. Maybe you are stuck within the reporting. There is this need help feature. You can say who you are, can provide your email, then you can say what kind of help you want. Maybe I need login credentials changed. Maybe for security features, maybe you realize that maybe the person who had the credentials left your organization. The focal person left, transferred, went to greener pastures. ceased to be the focal person, and possibly as a new focal person, you'd want your credentials changed. Then that message, if you have something you can add to that message, is okay. If it's direct, it's fine. You can still reach us. Then you can submit. We will receive. We insist that you do that. So let me do it an easier way. Just say you want login credentials as your subject. Then you can put your request forward that you'd want those credentials changed. Then you click submit. We will receive your message. We will reach out to you as a focal person. We also have to check our records, yes? That from our records, you are the focal person before we send. Otherwise, we won't send the credentials if we have not first authenticated that the ones requesting are the ones in our database as the focal persons. I think that's all about the portal. And yeah, I think I've tried to, at least for those who are doing it for the first time, for those who are still working with it, I think that's much of what I will say.
Thank you so much, Cyrus, for that wonderful presentation. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, most of you had questions in terms of what needs to be done and how do you do the reporting. And I'm sure that that presentation was very adequate and sufficient in terms of covering that. We can have like 10 minutes question and answer session. And maybe even before we start, probably I've seen one of the question under Q&A. And Alexander is asking, who feels the STI indicator 2? Is it the focal person or champion? I think this has been covered very well, Alexander. Ideally, we said one of the things you should have is the STI mainstreaming committee. It is the responsibility of the focal person to ensure reporting. So as you meet as a committee, you, through the leadership of the focal person as a chair, you fill the 2 and 4 1. So it is the responsibility of the focal person, but of course will be assisted by the champions, because we said champions belong to various departments. You have the 2. If you look at the 2 keenly that you've been taken through, it captures matters, finance, HR, and all that. And we expect that there will be champions from those respective departments with that information. So it is the responsibility of the focal person to fill the 2, but of course, you do it together with your team so that it is a collective work and you'll be able to do that. That was one of the questions that I saw. I don't know, before probably we can, I don't know whether there was any other issue under question and answer. That was the main one. Maybe the next presentation will be done by the Director General, NACOST, Professor Woto Oyawa. But before that, maybe based with the 3 presentations that have been done, you can, if you have any question or something that you need to be answered, then that can be done. You can put it across, either through the chat or through Q&A. I've seen someone is asking, how are institutions with TVET outside Ministry of Education? How are institutions? In terms of reporting, basically, remember you negotiated your PC. So even if you're outside the Ministry of Education, for example, I'm sure you negotiated with that respective state department. So if that has been done, reporting, you do it as everyone else. And if you remember in part of the presentation that I did, some of the success stories that we have around, we actually indicated that most of the state departments have embraced STI mainstreaming. They have developed the STI strategy, which ideally, even as a TVET, as you develop yours, then you'll be able also to borrow aspects from it. So basically, if you're outside the Ministry of Education, because there are some, I believe, you basically follow, you work with your mother ministry in terms of whether negotiation, the indicator, of course, you get it through your state department, and then you implement, because NACOST has already developed the guidelines and all what needs to be done. John Rono, you are saying kindly comment on internal monitoring and evaluation mechanism, best practice. I think there was an attempt to answer that, but in terms of monitoring and evaluation, there are two ways on it, Jonathan, Mr. Rono. One, you have established performance contracting department that are always doing monitoring and evaluation of entire committed indicators. You can build on that if you do wish. But as again, you realize within your committee, within your STI mainstreaming committee for your institution, where you have the focal person as the chair and you have the members, the champion as members, the champions play a critical role in terms of monitoring and evaluation because they come from those respective areas. You have a champion, let's say, from finance, and there is that activity that needs to be done through finance. So they ensure, one, the implementation of that. They ensure in terms of monitoring the reporting. They ensure that all what is needed is reported from the respective area. In fact, they have that information which they direct to the focal person in terms of reporting. And that there is a lot of monitoring and evaluation that happens at that lower end. So champions help you in terms of monitoring and evaluation, and they'll bring that report to the committee, to the STI mainstreaming committee for your institution, where you are all members. So that is one aspect. Number two, remember performance contracting. Whoever is in charge of performance contracting in your institution, STI is just one of the many indicators that they are doing monitoring and evaluation on. You can also build on the established infrastructure. Most of them are very effective infrastructure in terms of monitoring and evaluation. So you can borrow on that. But the responsibility indeed of this indicator in terms of monitoring and evaluation, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation squarely falls in the hands of your STI mainstreaming committee with the focal person as the lead and then champion supporting the process. Is it possible to have a physical training? Sometimes you have internet challenges. Yes, it is true. As we said, even now, as we do this online training, we normally have face-to-face, and ACOST is considering having face-to-face moving forward. But even on a demand-driven, if, for example, you feel strongly as an institution you want face-to-face, you can request NACOST and be supported. But yes, NACOST is working on face-to-face trainings so that within a quarter, probably we'll be able to have a face-to-face training, which we know, of course, at times are very, 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 they are impactful. They have a lot of impact in terms of literally getting what needs to be done. And number two, again, NACOST is also working on some modules that, of course, will be face-to-face, and that will be also that whoever is willing, NMD that is willing, will be able to go through them. So yes, that is possible, and it's part of consideration. Said as the sensitization materials, yes, that will be done through the website to be able to find that. Sorry? Yeah. Yes, someone has raised his hand. Please speak. Can't see them. Who has raised? No, inform them later. Yes. This is to inform you that, sorry for that. This is to inform you that you can also raise your hand and you can speak. You can unmute from your end and speak and raise any issue before we go to the next presentation. I see someone has already raised his hand. Oh, sorry, that was me. Sipora, please, you can speak.
Yes.
Sipora, you can unmute and speak.
I've done it. Are you getting me?
Sipora?
Yes. Are you getting me?
Please unmute and speak.
I've done it, eh?
Me. Sorry? Oh, my speaker is on. Oh, sorry. Just a minute. Sorry for that. Just a minute. Oh, sorry. I was not talking. Yes, Spora. Sorry for that. I muted myself. Spora, you can speak. Spora?
Yes, I'm saying, are you getting me?
Yes, we are getting you.
Okay. So, thank you for this very good presentation. I've been attending since 2022. So my concern is on the current, there is something productivity mainstreaming. And I was wondering, have we realigned this STI to ensure that there is actually productivity? Because that is also another emerging issue, because they've been talking that, yes, we are actually performing when it comes to the PC, but they are not sure, the government is not sure whether we are actually productive. So that is one question, because I've seen there is something which is emerging now currently. And then another question was, I remember last year, there was a certificate of participation when people attended the sensitization. I'm not sure if they have issued the certificate of participation this financial year. And then another question is in line with the STI strategy, which already, take for example, in our institution, we developed it using the template for NACOSTI, but reply which we got from the NACOSTI, they said that it has to go through the normal channel and then it has to be. So I remember that time when we were developing, it was actually a requirement also with the IP policy. So we are still trying to ensure that it goes through the normal procedure to the board, and then after that it is going to be signed. So I'm not sure now if it will not go through, are you going to penalize us, or we are going to report using the draft until the day it has gone through the normal procedure?
Thank you, Sipora.
Yes.
I think maybe before you get the next question, you can quickly react to that. I'll react on productivity. Cyrus will react on certificate participation. And I think also on the strategy. I'll also react on the strategy. Thank you so much. On productivity mainstreaming, there is no contradiction at all between productivity mainstreaming and STI mainstreaming. Productivity mainstreaming ideally is where you're supposed to identify your objectives as an institution. And once you identify those objectives, you set metrics around the objectives. And once you set those metrics, you are given time to implement the same, because when you are setting the metrics, you identify who are the main players who are supposed to have that specific data. Then you are given time to implement that. And then later, once you collect your data, you report the same to Productivity Mainstreaming Center, and then they'll give you an index. If you look at STI mainstreaming, productivity mainstreaming, they basically look at your objectives. For example, your institution objective that you have set in your strategic plan. Out of them, that's where you set your metrics. So when you look at STI mainstreaming, which ideally you are doing under your core mandate, we are saying by the time you are putting STI mainstreaming, it's only that productivity mainstreaming has come a bit late, but ideally from your strategic plan, is where you set your objectives. You have already identified the key strategic issues. From the key strategic issues, we identify the goals. From the goals, we identify the key result areas. From the key result areas, we identify the objectives. And from the objectives, that's where you have strategies and activities. So if you have done that well, and that has been guided by 5th generation guidelines, then you'll be able to set your metrics. When you look at STI mainstreaming and your strategic plan, remember we talked about MTP4, strategic plan, and PC. And this is something we need to get very clearly so that we get the smooth flow. When you are setting your objectives as an institution, you'll always realize you have captured matters. One of the things that you should have done in your strategic plan is to align your strategic plan with MTP4. MTP4, if you remember in my presentation, I demonstrated how matter, science, technology, and innovation have been integrated, in fact, from Vision 2030. So if that has already been done, you will never have any challenge with productivity mainstreaming, because productivity mainstreaming looks at the finished work. It will look at the final strategic plan, which is already aligned. Remember, it is a requirement to align your strategic plan with better, to align your strategic plan with MTP4 and Vision 2030. If you have successfully done that, then now that's the time we talk about productivity mainstreaming. There will come at those objectives that you have already formulated. The objectives already have been aligned with the requirement of STI mainstreaming, with the requirement of better. So as you set your productivity mainstreaming, then you are setting on it already on a document that has been harmonized and agreed in matter, science, technology, and innovation. So by the time you are doing productivity mainstreaming, already matter, science, technology, innovation are already infused in your document. So you'll be able, In fact, one of the things probably you expect to see is that one of those objectives, you have an objective speaking on matter, science, technology, innovation, which already will set metrics on. So ideally, both the efforts support each other, and there is no contradiction at all. If you get right the alignment of your strategic plan, if you have aligned it well with the fifth generation guidelines, which already have been aligned with BETA, and they have been aligned with the requirement of MTP4, then by the time you do productivity mainstreaming, you have got it very clearly, because you have objective to set the metrics on that have already been aligned. So I think that have been answered. Quickly, let me look at the STI strategy before Cyrus react on certificate of participation. The process, once you start the formulation process, and I know in most cases you require NACOST to guide you. You have used the template, you have been guided by NACOST. The next thing that you're supposed to do automatically is to follow your internal processes in terms of approval. Each institution varies, so now we approve our document. And this is for ownership purposes. So if, for example, once you're through with it as a committee, we expect you probably to take it to the next to the management, and all the way to the board. That is your internal process. But that does not mean that the moment the document is going through those processes, you cannot submit it to NACOST, because you must demonstrate that you're doing something in the same. So you don't be penalized, because because you have no control over the internal process, you will not be penalized. What is critical is that once you have agreed as a committee, you have developed a draft, and the draft is moving through your internal processes. Remember, most of us who have implemented quality management system, that is ISO 9001:2015, there is a specific procedure specifically that speaks on our internal processes. That is the document control procedure. So it has a procedure. So you follow your procedure, but within that time, as you do that, then you forward the same. You forward the same to NACOST, and you will not be penalized. Remember, we under circular sometimes on policies to most of the MDAs that as you develop a policy, there was that requirement it had to go all the way to the Attorney General. So once you have forwarded to the Attorney General, that is outside probably your scope, and you don't be penalized in performance contracting or during evaluation, because that is outside your scope, as long as you demonstrate you did that. So I think once if your committee has already worked on the document, I believe you have submitted that document to NACOST that is going through the internal processes, and with that is part of the process. And ultimately, when again it will be finally approved, you can still submit to NACOST. But yes, you will not be penalized. So let me invite my colleague to react to the issue on certificate participation. Karibu, Cyrus.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay. When it comes to the issue of certificates, we are planning to have them rolled out this year, as we had planned that we're going to be having training every quarter. So there is one quarter remaining, which is quarter 4. At the completion of quarter 4, we'll be able to be in a position so that we generate all the certificates before the conclusion of the financial year. So this is something that is in plan and should be rolled out at the end of the 4th quarter training, so that you're able to see the trainings that you have attended and also have the criteria to which the certifications will be done. So it's important that you attend all trainings, so that at least at the end of quarter 4, you're able to have attended at least four-day training, because each day is a training, each day a training, each day a training. Then that four-day training will have a certificate that will carry the weight of the number of trainings that you have been able to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyrus. Then I believe we have been able to adequately respond to that. We have Pauline Okumu. Pauline Okumu, please, you can raise your question or the clarification. It could be a clarification, a question. Pauline Okumu. Pauline. So as we wait for Pauline, any other person? Another person? Look at question and answer. Sorry. Yeah, there is Lawrence Joroge, who is saying, thank you so much for presentation. And is asking whether we can have a WhatsApp group for sharing experiences. I think that is well noted, Lawrence, for consideration. That is well noted. Are there any STI professional model training initiated somewhere? Any plans? Oh, yes, Rono, as I said in my presentation, and I think the Director General presentation will cover part of that. Yes, NACOS is developing professional STI professional modules for training, and that will be rolled in a near future, not very far from now. And I know the Director General will comment on it. But yes, their plans are the same. I think that's the most important aspect. Sorry. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we can for now bring that to an end for this session. So, because I see the Director General, NACOS, Professor Wotoyawa, is ready to take us through his presentation. So, I think let's vote in case you have any other question or clarification. Please put it through the question and answer, and also through the chat. Let's use the question and answer and chat so that we put across our issues. After the Director General presentation, we'll be able to revert to them. Otherwise, at this juncture, let me invite Professor Wotoyawa, the Director General NACOST, to take us through his presentation. That any issue that probably may not have got it very clear and all that will be addressed. Karibu sana, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much, Javan. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you, and allow me to thank our distinguished participants from the TVETS sector and tertiary institutions for sparing your time to be with us once more. We have been doing this quarterly, and so far we truly thank you for being with us in this journey, which we started, I think, 2 years ago, and we did know it would attract the level quite high. I'm seeing so far the 177 participants, and this is despite the fact that a number of our presentations are repetitive. I do not know how many of you are doing this for the first time, but to avoid too much of repetition, for those who are going through this for the first time, bear with me that I'll skip a number of the slides that are presented in the past. I will repeat some which seem to be key, but mostly I would want to focus on latest developments on the sector of science, technology, and innovation. So if you allow me just a second, I'll try to share my screen. Yes, I don't know, is the screen visible? Is it visible? Javan?
Yes, it is clear. You can put it in full presentation mode.
Okay, is it in full presentation mode? Is it, Javan? I think I wouldn't want to speak to myself, so I will be consistently consulting you and Dr. Ngigi, whether I'm speaking to myself or speaking to our distinguished participants. So is it visible now in full screen?
Yes, it is
Javan,
visible.
unmute.
Yes, it is very visible, Prof. We can clearly see it.
Yes, so distinguished participants, I think once more, I think our topic from where I sit, the intention is to give a broader perspective of matter science, technology, and innovation from a bird's eye view, and mostly to give you some of the latest developments in this sector, which is really affecting our country in several ways. But the two things which we have presented in the past, one is that globally, matter science, technology, innovation is now regarded as a game changer for the realization of the SDGs, and as you know, that is a global agenda at this particular point in time, which is related to climate change. Of course, COVID is also still with us, and as you saw, technology, innovation, and science were really key aspects in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. But also at national level, our country, the government is betting on matter science, technology, innovation in deepening the trust and strengthening public confidence in government. This statement was made by none other than His Excellency the President, and it really gives policy direction on where we are going. Just the other day, he was at the Nyeri Polytechnic, and he made some pronouncements which really give the TVET sector, the tertiary institutions, an opportunity to ride on his statements, on his directive at that highest level of the country. Our first slide, which I think I will repeat, and as I said, those who have been in this will bear with me, talks of, in a nutshell, of the African continent being so much endowed with the, is it 60% let me just read that, of the lands, 30% of the world reserve of minerals. We know all this story. However, the outputs that come from this are very, very minimal. When you talk of in terms of research, you talk of research spending, you talk in terms of patents, this really indicates the outputs that come, they are very low, that you have a high percent of resources compared to the rest of the world, but our outputs are very low, and by implication, it means our people are not benefiting and will continue in that trajectory of poverty for quite a while unless we make deliberate decisions. It has been identified by professionals that what is causing a low uptick or utilization or deployment of research, science, innovation is due to our lack of a culture in science technology as number one. There could be other factors, but these are just two that we have captured. A lack of a culture. You know, when you lack a culture, then it's not so easy to continue with an approach. And you have seen some of our local tribes, like the Maasai, who have maintained the culture. Culture has kept them together, and they've been able to move as a community. So even for us as a country, we want to move and compete with those that we are competing with and catch up with those who are a little bit ahead of us. Then a culture has to come in, so that it's not just about STI mainstreaming or Nakosti or the Minister of Education shouting about STI, but it's about something which is ingrained in our DNA, that we are able to take it up without being pushed. There's also lack of strategic investment. Of course, if you want results, you must have strategic investment in whichever area that you feel fit. So that has been there. I want to shout it. I also want to shout that countries that have been ahead of us have invested heavily in this. And I've always shown this slide of former Prime Minister of UK, Boris Johnson. He created a Science Council. He was sharing it, a Science and Technology Council. He was sharing it. And the import of this is that the UK was able to allocate 2.27 trillion Kenya shillings for R&D in the financial year of 2021-2022. And you can imagine that most of these funds will go to universities, research institutions, and TVET institutions. I know TVET institutions sometimes have always complained that they're being left out. But the way the world is changing, and I think His Excellency the President mentioned it yesterday, if you saw the meeting that involved all the state corporations, he talked of a whole of society, not even a whole of government, a whole of society approach moving forward. And that means you cannot be left. Nobody will be left behind. And if you are left behind, I think probably you'll be dragged. And you know when you're dragged, then you get injured. So that was investment at the highest levels. The same, his successor has literally done the same. And I think as of August, I think that's 6 months ago, he has invested Kenya shillings 65 billion to boost investment in innovation. You can see they're talking about R&D, they're talking about technology, they're talking about innovation, but it's the same thing. So 65 billion Kenya shillings compared to, I talk about 65 billion Kenya shillings compared to the paltry around 300 million that is given to a national research fund. It's quite a difference. And I believe this is because we have not, as a sector, as scientists, as scholars, as professionals, as those working in the TVET sector, leaders, trainers, we have not propelled the need for science, technology, and innovation using a language that fits within the decision makers. We normally do things which are like, we need this money. And when you ask, why do you need this money? We need this money because we need this money. Because we are scientists, because we are TVET institutions, because we are research institutions. That really doesn't sell to decision makers, because they're balancing between the different demands from the exchequer. So we have to coin our language in a way that can persuade at the top levels. And I think so far, a lot of effort has been made. And as you'll see ahead, none other than His Excellency the President himself and the top leadership have been talking so much about matters of science, technology, and innovation. And as I mentioned, he was at Nyeri Polytechnic yesterday, and he gave some great goodies that are coming from China. So what we were expecting, even as we take this STI mainstreaming, that some of the institutions that will get some of this funding and support, I think from China, I don't know how many billions, I have a slide on it ahead there. How will you be able to document it in this STI mainstreaming? That you are able to propel and indicate the equipment that has come to you, maybe the human resources that have been added to an institution, maybe the equipment that has been added. And I have a lot of interest on that area simply because we are finding that TVET institutions are being endowed or supported with equipment which are not even universities. top-level equipment. And it's time that you avail this equipment at a fee to researchers and to universities. And I can tell you they'll move there. I saw, like, I don't know which institution which had a full house equipment on mechatronics. I only know JKUAT, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture, as the only institution that launched a bachelor's in mechatronics. And I know, because I work there, they do not have the equipment that fits in there. So they were going to NITA to look for that equipment. Suppose they knew that one of the TVET institutions has a full equipment, which maybe they're not fully using. Then you're able to charge a fee. And this is part of the what we call the value proposition of this key target. So at the highest levels is there. US the same. Also use this slide in the past. So for those who have been there, just forgive me to emphasize on this. They came up with what they call the Chips and Science Act just 2 years or one and a half years ago. What was the value of this? That they have allocated 33.3 trillion Kenya shillings as of August 2022. And this will go to all sectors. The other aspect that you need to know, which I always talk about and really emphasize, is the national security angle of the things you do. What is the dual use of the technologies that you come up with? You come up with a ventilator, you come up with a machine, maybe you come up with a car. Can it be converted to harm the lives of Kenyans or even to impact on national security? We are strongly emphasizing this because in the wake of COVID, that you could see COVID up to now, we do not know whether it was just something that came from nature or it was done by human beings. And if you look at now the way the globe is, the things happening in the Middle East, the things happening in Europe, it's very likely that the wars of these times will not be fought with big aeroplanes and so forth. It will be on small things, the technology that you have, the mobile phone that you have, the water that you drink, the food that you eat. That is where the war will be fought. And that is why this STI mainstreaming goes beyond a normal PC target of just giving information across the scoring marks, and it ends there. It has direct bearing on our economic development and national prosperity. It has direct bearing on national security. It has direct bearing on public safety. So take it from that angle, and we can have this conversation at a later day or in upcoming conferences. I want just to tell you that just like our country, our neighbors are really trying to catch up. And one of our neighbors is Uganda. And you have seen the team or the STI sector there or the research sector there for somehow have been able to escalate it up to the highest levels. And that's exactly what we also think we have done. You'll see in the subsequent slides. But you can see that Uganda, and I've mentioned this 2 years ago, quoted the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. The import of this is in the year 2022-2023. That was just the last financial year. The government, and most likely His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni himself, allocated about Kenya shillings 15 billion. You can see when you convince the key decision makers, you'll never go wrong. And who gets this billion? Anybody. TVET institutions. You come up with the beautiful technologies that we are seeing. And some of you have even won awards. I remember like last year or the other year, one of the top institutions in the PC contract award was Sigalagala, TTC. So this is the money that will avail to you to move whatever you have to the next level. Am I still audible? Javan?
Yes, we can hear you, Prof. You are very clear.
Yes, I wouldn't want to speak for 30 minutes alone. So please allow me. So you can see it been skated. Europe is Europe. Maybe they're way ahead of us, but this is just next, some few kilometers away from Nairobi. And this is going on very seriously in Uganda. What I've just shown you is 2021. This is 2023, almost a year ago, where you say President Yoweri Museveni has said, no one will cut the operating budget. I think this is a new slide. It was not there the other time. No one will cut the operating budget of the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation as long as he is still the president of Uganda. And he says the government cannot make such a mistake because Uganda currently needs science and innovation more than before to achieve the desired science-led socio-economic transformation. TVET institutions, distinguished participants, how do you occupy that space? There are so many of you, and each one of you has unique characteristics. Some are technology-based, some are just training the next generation workforce, some are in the agriculture sector, some are in the, what we call the industrial sector and so forth. How do you position yourself? And how do we work together to assist you to position yourself? So that when they're looking, the president is talking about, or the Minister of Agriculture is talking about some agrotech, then we're able to quickly point out that please go to this TTC, or go to Masai TTC, or go to Coast TTC, or go to Northeastern TTC.
Hello?
This is, hello? Hello? Somebody?
Good afternoon.
Wow.
Sorry.
Sorry,
Can you alert him? He's being audible. Yes. Wow. You're going to able to press him?
Sipora, please mute from your end. Sipora.
Okay. Okay, maybe she has muted. Yeah,
thank
sorry for
you.
that.
Thank you, Prof.
It happens once in a while. But what we are seeing, you can see very powerful statement which gives direction. So that it's not about Nakosti or Mr. Jawan Mwiti or Oyawa or Dr. Ngigi or Mr. Cyrus talking about something. It is something which is out there. Ours, we are just the messengers of the message. And again, very recent, this one, again, Friday, November, this is 4 months ago, 2023, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni has okayed an annual allocation of Uganda shillings 500 billion. That is 17.8 billion as of March this year. I'm just using the latest exchange rates. It has been varying to boost technological innovations. So you imagine if you are in Uganda, yes, because this is allocated to, as I said, 3 core areas, and I would imagine it is the universities, the research institutions, and the TVET institution. This is coming. I can see it coming as much as we are having some current challenges here and there. But when things stabilize, as we look forward in the next 2 to 3 years, this opportunity will come, and it will not just be a funding. It will be a funding based on what you can do to alleviate the situations of this country. The money that comes from in Uganda, right from the top, from the presidency, is conditional. For those who are aware of this, or for those of you who have been in Uganda or might even be Ugandans, we are told that you get that money when you are sure that a product is going to come out or a service is going to come out. So you don't take that money the way you do in the universities, that I take it, I research, I publish, I get promoted. No, you take that money when you are at the final stage. Like I always mention those KU students who came up with a ventilator, but then the last stage of something which they needed to insert was not there, and they had no funding. So this is you have done the preliminaries, you are almost at the tail end, then you ask for that input, and the next thing we see a Kenyan car, the next thing we see a Kenyan aeroplane, the next thing we see is some new Kenyan food species, and so forth. And you can see President Museveni also permitted tax exemption for products from local innovators. This you can Google. That's why I'm giving you even the line. Here's for products from local innovators. I don't think there are better local innovators like the TVET sector. As of now, I think you all know, universities, we do theoretical things, maybe we write books, we publish, but I don't think when it comes to real technology, we are not there. Research institutions the same. Yeah, Cambridge is doing very well, comes with some tablets, but it's once in a while. It's like an investigation which takes years and then it comes out to the product. But you people are able to convert something within 3 or 2 months by just bringing the element of innovation, and that product comes out. This is what the country needs at this particular point in time. In yesterday's meeting, yes, the data that we are being told from the National Treasury was showing that our imports far much outweigh our exports. And that's why it's very difficult to control sometimes the shilling, the shilling versus the dollar. If you are not exporting, yes, you cannot control. Yes, there could be some short-term measures, the way which have been taken, but the encouragement is, can we export more so that we stop importing things like toothpicks. Toothpicks is just an example, but things we should not export. Can we fight for that space? Because nobody will invite you that please bring your product. They are competitors from outside, from other countries. So we need to find another collective way of struggling. You can see that statement of permitted tax exemption for product. There must have been a team or a group, whether civil society or a group, who went up to the top and made their case. They were not in their houses complaining and whining. They formed a team, found out who could be our best voice, and they went up to where it needs to go. And that's how they got that tax exemption. So decision makers are there waiting, key decision makers, waiting for us to put our case. So that, because he's able to do that, saying that, because the team are saying we are going to have Ugandan medicine, we are going to have Ugandan food crops and whatever. That makes sense to a politician. But when you ask fund and you're told, what are you going to do with it? I'm going to research. I'm going to research on making a Kenyan car. The word research on a Kenyan car, you are not committing. If you are saying, I might get positive or negative, that is good for scientists, but not for decision makers. For decision makers, you tell them, I'm 80% sure that I can make a car. I need money. Even for venture capitalists, well, when they interrogate those who go for those competitions, they almost must be certain that for the money that they put in, they will get a return. So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, what I'm really emphasizing that our language has not been strong enough. Neither are we as Nakosti good, neither all of us, but when we bring our hands together, what language do we need to commit so that we get this kind of thing? Because that tax exemption is not free. Is that you're exempted from tax, but the product that you give will change the economy of this country tenfold. So the tax exemption is just like seed money. that you're getting. Now, coming back to our country very quickly, I always have this, that the matters of science, technology, and innovation are enshrined at Article 11 of our Constitution, which emphasizes on the importance of science and technology in the knowledge-based economic development of the country. And even the bottom-up economic, the MTP4, which has just come up to reinforce bottom-up economic transformation agenda, is really talking of knowledge-based economy. Let us read these documents. Yes, let us engage in this conversation, whether online or like in our upcoming conference in May. We have a conference which we are emailing invitation to TVETS institutions, I think by tomorrow. Please, let's make use of this forum, because we'll be having high-level interministerial session where you can bring up some things. Last time TVET, I was told, were either in holiday or something, so they missed out. But the high schoolers came, Mango High School. It was so interesting. So I'm just telling you as STI focal person, when the letters come to your CEO, we'll even send a copy to you. Please indulge. The exhibitions is on first come, first served basis, but come with these products, some of which I think have been displayed at KICC or in some competition of TVET. Come in such a way that you're not just displaying and then taking it back to the laboratories. Wait for next year, display again, take it back to the laboratory, because I know the university where I come from, that's what they do sometimes with a working tractor. You find the tractor has been there for the last 10 years. They just change a small thing in it, take it to the show, they become number one. Take it to show. So we are praying that we unlock it, then you display again. So it's captured in the Act. I just want to highlight some of the key policy direction which we have received from His Excellency the President, even before he became the president. And you'll see they are very similar to like what President Museveni was saying. They're very similar to what renowned world leaders have been saying. And he said this in 2015. I really like this, that we are living in a new age, an age of science, technology, and innovation. The children and your care must compete in this one. This is literally STI mainstreaming. So it's not a small sector thing. It's not. It's for all of us. It's for Wanjiku. It's cross-cutting. Yeah, as much as NACOSTI comes from the Ministry of Education, but the work that you're doing, or education, science, technology, innovation, is cross-cutting. It is in all ministries. It is in all sector, in the private sector. In the COVID pandemic, it was visible. Then in 2019, again, before he became president, he said, we have to scale up our engagement with science, technology, and innovation. Key words here, which we really need to explain. There's the word research sometimes. So we'll hear people talking of research policy. There's the word STI. You'll hear people talking about STI policy. But you look at the Constitution, research was the key word before the Constitution. In the enactment of the Kenyan Constitution, the key word is science and technology, or science, technology, and innovation, simply because research is the water that feeds STI. And if you talk of bottom-up economic transformation agenda, the word research, to understanding, and I could be wrong, could be the opposite of the bottom-up, because research is elitist. It starts from the top, and then people down are given direction that you have discovered this assimilative. But we talk of innovation when Wanjiku's involved. The publics are involved in criticizing what you're doing. So that's why the Constitution talks of science and technology. So I'm just telling you that this confusion might come. Some people might talk of pure research, but whether it fits in, if it's a standalone, I fear it might be the opposite. It might be top-down. But when you talk of research, science, technology, and innovation, then you have brought Wanjiku on board, and it's a bottom-up kind of transformation. So key statements I'll make, I'll skip some which you said, but there's some which I cannot avoid mentioning. This is Madaraka, June last year, and I'll go straight away to the space marked in pink. To this end, President Ruto said he is betting on the use of technology in deepening trust and strengthening public confidence in government. What better direction could we have been given? And this is TVETS. TVET, tertiary institutions, public confidence. He's betting. Is somebody saying, I'm willing to bet, and I'm 99% sure that it will win. Why are we not occupying this space? Yes, you can go once to decision makers and maybe they don't listen. Why don't we repackage ourselves and keep on repackaging until we are listened? Those who persist always end up being heard. And then the president said, given what citizens expect from government, his administration is increasingly resorting to technology. This is your space, distinguished participants. This one I mentioned the other time when His Excellency was chairing a top session at the UN high-level forum, which recognized STI again. And that forum was talking of applying STI and data for transformative action for SDGs. It's recognized at highest levels. During the graduation of National Defense University, he also made some powerful statements, which forms policy direction in our security sector. He said, research and innovation are the better foundation on which to establish Kenya's defense and security policy and strategy. Nakosi was not there when these statements were being made. Ladies and gentlemen, this is at the highest levels. He is a scientist by himself. He has recognized this. It's like he's waiting for something from us to be able to ride on that dream, like now from the security sector. And I said, matters research, matters science, technology, innovation have direct impact on national security and public safety, and also, thirdly, on inclusive, sustainable development. This is January also last year. I think this one you have not seen. This is related to TVET institution. And the top of government, I think, has great passion for TVET. That's what I'm saying. But I would want to humbly inform all of us, you cannot do it alone. Nobody can do it alone. Neither can a cost do it alone. Neither can a ministry do it alone. It needs a whole of government approach. It needs a whole of society approach. So what we should be asking ourselves, even when you have those very exciting presentations, anti-vet exhibitions, where are the universities? Where are the research institutions? Where are the ministries? Bring them collaboratively. Your power is enhanced when you show that you did something collaboratively. If you come up with a ventilator, and this is a real story which is happening in the UK, and I might have mentioned it before, where the old people during the COVID pandemic refused to be fixed with a ventilator because they thought that was a sign of death. And they could not be forced. And when they refused, many of them died. And you can Google that. Yes? So technology is not just technology by itself. There's the social angle. Yes? You can create a medicine which is the size of a sufria, and the patient might refuse. It needs a politician or another person to tell the patient that really this medicine, this tablet, which is the size of a fist, is actually what you need. We scientists are not good at that. So we are really emphasizing, and the STI mainstreaming, one of the key value propositions is to insist that nobody comes and says, I did this thing alone. There must be some people who have helped, unless you are all around and God sent you for that purpose. That's also possible, but those are rare. But in any case, you will need a collaboration. Even as Nakosti, we are learning a lot from you as in the last 2-3 years. So government is revamping technical and vocational colleges to equip the youth with skills to drive the country's development agenda. And he says, His Excellency cited the implementation of affordable housing program. That is his key pillar. Where are the TVETs? Yes, because what is likely to happen is importation of building materials, into importation of even designs. Yeah, where are designs that are closer to the African kind of culture or African architecture? Where are they? So this is a question that we, when you do your strategy, would hope that the relevant institutions commit that for us, we're in the area of housing. And one of the things is to come up with something which we can inform the Ministry of Housing that this is possible as a commitment. Yes. And if they reject, that's also fine, but you'll have done your bit. So that is there on September. This is now 4 months ago, September 1st, 2023. President Dr. William Samoei Ruto, this is why I delayed for 10-20 minutes. I've just Googled the latest. I always like this. President Dr. William Samoei Ruto emphasized TVET as a pathway to career progression. And he has underscored TVET as a pathway to career progression. Have you occupied that space, ladies and gentlemen? Because otherwise, this will be said, then it will be said 2-3 years later, then 3-4 years, and nothing is happening. As Nakosti, in conjunction with yourself, would want to follow up on some of these proclamations and pronouncements at the very top of the country. This is much. Yeah, this is yesterday. Yes, Jamar, am I still there?
Yes, you are, Prof. We can hear you clearly.
Yes. Yeah, our distinguished person, this is yesterday. Yes, at Nyeri Polytechnic. So President William Ruto has announced Kenya shillings 13 billion funding from China for the acquisition of learning equipment for technical vocational education and training. These are some of the equipment that you could put in the open. If you get this, and even the ones you have, you record in your STI streaming forms. We pick it up and put an app where when somebody is looking for mechatronic equipment or a specialized equipment like CyberKnife, which is now available at KU Referral Hospital, they're able to put the app and they see, I'm looking for this CyberKnife for treatment. And is able to see this is based at Sangalo Teachers Training College or Sangalo Technical Training College. This is important, and it's coming. He has committed. It's coming. 13 billion is not little money, ladies and gentlemen. How are you going to use it? Are you going just to have this? We have seen it. I used to see it at one of the technical universities. very modern, advanced equipment, but covered very well with the new cloth nobody's using because they're not offering that course. But they're also not informing the public that they have that kind of equipment which can be used. So you'll find a number of equipment lying idle in the country. These are resources donated to the country. In some cases, they are actually loans given to the country, like sometimes ADB. So when you lock that equipment and keep it there because you don't have a program, you're actually doing a disservice to the country. Because if you're not using it, somebody else needs to use it. And if for your case, these times when things are very tight, you might charge some money. Where I think I worked Jekwat, there's a laboratory on materials which was making a lot of money. Companies, Sumitomo or whatnot, would go to test specimens there. I think TVETS can arise to that situation where they can use the equipment that they have, be it in mechanical, be it in ICT, to do that. So again, that's coming from the top. And I just want maybe to conclude with this, where you're saying His Excellency has really put matters of technology at the front line in Executive Order number 1, and I think I must have mentioned this in the past, and in Executive Order number 2, he has established the Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology for the first time since independence. And that council is going to be the executive office of the president, advising everybody on technology, advising even NACOSTI, advising National Research Fund, advising Kenya, advising the Ministry of Education. It's going to be like the Dr. Ndi Economic Council. You can see how powerful it is. Yes, literally everybody reporting on it. Are we ready for that council if it's established tomorrow? Are we ready to convey what we have to them? Are we ready to convey our ideas? And the best is to do it collectively rather than having the 400 state corporations, each one of them going to visit them. It will not work. And even to add on that, in the 8th of March, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, His Excellency, through notification of presidential action on the 8th of March, nominated for the first time a special envoy on technology. A lot has been done. It is how we occupy that space. That kind of special envoy is the one who can vouch for TVETS, for universities, for research institutions, for researchers, for more money. His voice, I think, would be more hard than my voice and your voice, because us, we will be so many shouting that we need this. But when you now use the right forum, this is called STI diplomacy, then you're able to get there. We're even watching, I think we have been watching for this kind of thing. We're particularly watching for STI, Science, Technology, Innovation attaches to all our embassies in Kenya. We have been in conversation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora. We pray they're working on it, but some of you might get an opportunity to be a science attaché in one of the embassies. We're also recommending that if things allow, Waziris also have, in addition to the advisors that they have an advisor on science, technology, and innovation, and who knows, it can be you. So I've really emphasized on that, ladies and gentlemen, and something also which is live. Javan, hope I'm still there.
Yes, Prof. You are clear.
These are some of the slides which I've not shared before, and I hope you are noting them. We'll give you, of course, the slides. That there is an ongoing amendments to the Science, Technology, Innovation Act, in addition to other acts. And you have captured what is of interest to us. This is of interest to the TVETS section. Yes, that stakeholders, as they gave their submission to the Presidential Working Party on education reforms, and you may wish to know that the chair of that working party is also our chair, the chair of NACOSTI, tentatively, that's Professor Rafael Manavu. You can see, and the TVETS have always complained they are not being considered. You can see the recommendation there that the Principal Act is amended in Section 33 by inserting the following new subsection immediately after subsection 2. Yes, this is very advanced stage. The Board of Trustees of the National Research Fund shall develop a framework for equitable distribution of the 2% contemplated under Section 32(2)(a) of the Act between universities, TVETS, and other research institutions. Are you ready to absorb that money? By the way, if you just tried even now to calculate, if you know the Kenyan GDP, calculate 2% of GDP, it is billions, probably over 300 billion. Yes, that might not be there, but there will be some billions, maybe more than Uganda at least, 20 billion. And then you are given as a sector TVET. What will you do with it? Will you play around with it, or will you come up with the products? Are we ready for that? This is the conversation, ladies and gentlemen, that we need to have in your STI strategy. Because when this is law, it will come. So even if NRF gets 1 shilling, they'll have to divide that 1 shilling between universities, TVETS, and other research institutions. You will have your funds. Are you ready for this? And are you able to work with the other sectors? Because we're encouraging you work with universities, you work with research institutions, you work with state corporations, you work with ministries. I know like the National Construction Authority has a very strong department on R&D. These are changes that are live, which you need to take care of. Then on Thursday, I think His Excellency launched the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. Please read it. We have found that sometimes we don't read documents that we are supposed to read even when we are in leadership positions. So something might be there which is of value to you and me. And because I've not read the document, it lies there for the next 4 years, because it is for the next 2023, 2027, 4 years. You might find something of great value to you, to NACOSTI, to all your organizations, but because you have never read it, nobody will pick it up. So the National Treasury will be waiting for you to remind them. So I've just picked some of the things that relate to NACOSTI. One of the things, very quickly, is that they have now condensed the sectors into 5 sectors. Finance and production sector, that's into manufacturing inside, infrastructure sector, science, technology, and innovation is in the third, that is the social sector. Then they have the environment and natural resources sector, because that's a global agenda. Then they have governance and public administration sector. Sectors 1, 2, 3 will literally be driven by research, science, technology, innovation. So occupy your space. But also they have put STI in social sector as its core sector. I will quickly move and just capture some things inside that document. This is government policy direction, which needs to inform what NACOSTI does and what NRF does, what Kenya does, and all the institutions does. The Kenya Vision 2030 recognizes the role of science, technology, innovation in a modern economy. And the key achievements under the sector of STI will include rolling out STEM. STEM is actually TVET institutions. And I know Semester has picked it very strongly. I also believe there'll be a significant allocation for STEM. I also know as NACOSTI, we are currently trying to work with UNESCO to have what you're calling a science, technology, and innovation Olympiad for the high schoolers. If there's any of the institutions who would want to join us, we go county-based, and we say maybe the western counties or the northern counties. We go to those high schools, they do a competition of your choice, and then you give award. Yeah, you can have a Sigalagala TTC award for the best girl coming from Turukana and so forth. So we also invite you on that, but these are some of the things that MTP4, which has just been formalized to the launching by the head of state. So I just quickly show what NACOSTI have done. The moment it came out officially, of course, we had some draft. We have gone and picked out some of the things that relate to NACOSTI. And what you have seen, indeed, NACOSTI has been given quite some weight. Some of them we were not even aware. Yeah, but as I said, there's a strengthening of science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Where are the TVET institutions? I'm sure a good number of you are teaching that. But you might also wish to know that as NACOSTI, we are strongly watching for STEAM as an upscale of STEM. STEM means you have added A, for some of you might know. So you cannot really succeed in deploying engineering without the social scientists there. It's a difficult thing. So while the world over is moving towards from STEM to STEAM. So even as much as this is there, but I think it will eventually convert to STEAM. So these are some of the things which have been captured under MTP4, science, technology, and innovation funding. And you can see the objective is to increase investment in research and development, where now they're bringing in the private sector, not only the National Treasury. So you, me, NRF, this is under NRF, National Research Fund. They're talking of strengthening the research portfolio of the National Research Fund. This is there. So when you make requests to National Research Fund, when you make requests and voice it, you give them the voice in which to go and fight for funds, not only from the government, but also from the private sector. Then there'll be things like nanosciences, material science, new production technologies, TVETS. Where are you in that space? And where you are very strong is technology, innovation, commercialization. This will be led by Kenya National Innovation Agency. The project aims at ensuring effective innovation system to harness the potential of modern science and technology for social and economic development. So it entails things like Science Park. And you can see as much as it mentions Dedan Kimathi University and Koza Technopolis, it's just because they're in the lead. There's nothing that stops any of TVET institutions or tertiary institutions from having a science and technology innovation parks. There's a big conference coming up in Konza, strongly led by our peers for ICT, Engineer Tadoi. It will be a big event. This is something which Kenya was awarded to host the next call for science and technology innovation parks. I probably think I've received invitations. Let's go there. Let's demonstrate what we have, but let's try and do it collectively. Then about technology and biosciences, where our sister institution like the National Biosafety Authority will be leading, Cambridge and so forth. captured there. There's natural products using traditional medicine. Costly, we strongly watch for it. And you may wish we watch for a situation where the medicines which have been confirmed by elders do not have to be taken for further research. This is adopting the model of China and even I think Germany. Because the moment you take Morobide to some institution to test it, a lot of other political things come out of it. We are watching for what they call the third-tier policy, where if the elders of certain committee who are respected can watch and say that we know that if you swallow this amount of this, you'll be cured of headache, then that is recorded as a law either through a gazette notice. It is happening in China. Please help us take that voice, because we have a lot of traditional healers who are complaining severely, because they are told, can you bring your sample for testing? And they don't trust who's taking the sample. It's not patented. We have even an ongoing, a very difficult case of somebody who has converted snake venoms into something, or he claims to have done that. But he doesn't want to take it to the normal processes. Under normal circumstances, if it was working in that community, it needs to be recorded to the chief, through the county commissioner, and it becomes law, so long as our laws allows for that. We can borrow easily from China, and we can borrow easily from Germany, because it is a multi-billion industry, third tier, using traditional medicine. Of course, these other contemporary medicine work faster, but there are some things like Kamani Homa, the cost people are using the tree of the neem tree at the cost. And we know all this. This is not rocket science. So please, this is another sector which can come in, and you can include in your strategy. County technology and innovation. The project aims to catalyze STI delivery at the counties through establishing county technology and innovation advisory and prospecting centers. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, how will you, some of you who are based in the counties, be part of this advisory committee? Yes, supported by the county governor. Probably even lead it, because this is about technology innovation. Universities will give the theoretical background and a lot of things. Research institutions will give another level, scientific, what you call the invention. But you will be the one now to realize it at the tail end and say, we have medicine, we have a car, we have ABCD. This is there and was approved last week. And if you're not careful, it will remain in the book until 2027. That's when we'll discover it's there. So I'm asking my colleagues, Dr. Ngigi, who is in charge, and our team there, Cyrus, all of you who are members of this team. I've even seen my colleague, Mr. Arabi, our legal officer. How do we get some of this or insert some of this in upcoming reviews, where we have things that will allow for use of traditional medicine without taking it to certain processes, things that will allow for the counties to come up with technologies and sell them to the locals and get money out of it as part of income generation, including in institutions. But that is there and it's live. We have not presented it before, and that's why I wanted to emphasize on this. I think now that's around 40 minutes, so I want to use another 10 minutes to finalize this. So these are some of the parts of this, but if you can see as Nakosti, and which I think you should also do, find out where you are. And we're seeing Nakosti, if you look at that, Nakosti and National Research Fund have been given or assigned. Some we might have requested for, some we didn't, but somebody thought Nakosti and NRF will do it well. You can see the lead is our State Department for Education, but the supporting key institutions like Nakosti and NRF, and this is the Institute of Applied Sciences established in an existing university. Maybe that might not concern TVETS, but then you have capacity of 7 universities and 2 research institutes strengthened to be centers of excellence. I would want to inform you as STI focal person, and probably we'll be calling another meeting with CEOs very soon, that provision or the proposed amendment to the STI Act to subdivide the money, the 2% of GDP, to TVET institutions is already causing certain government ministries which have institutions or sub-institutions that do research to apply to Nakosti for registration as a research institute. Yes, like our DP normally says, hiyo ni siri nimewaibia. Yes, because when that allocation comes to research institutes, it will be for the registered research institutes. So if your institution is so structured that almost your core mandate is research, feasibility study, collection of data, analyzing data, and the best example is like KIPRA. We have been engaging KIPRA, a key government institution with key policy directions. And they have been consulting on how to register, but it's like they come and they go, they come and they're not sure. But when that allocation comes, an institution, a very good top institution like Kibra, will not be in the list of registered research institutions. So I don't know how that will be handled. So for some of you, take this message home. If you feel that an institution, because there's nothing which stops you from applying. It's just like you've seen universities now applying to TVETA, to the TVET authority, to register them as TVET institutions, while at the same time they're registered under QUE, or they've been accredited under QUE. You look at what fits you, and simply because they are offering TVET courses. Of course, the new act is trying to stop them, but they're insisting. So they say there's nothing that stops you from being a TVET institution under the TVET Act, but there's nothing that stops you also for applying to the NACOSTI for registration as a research institution, if your core mandate is also close to research institution. So you have capacity of 7 universities and 2 research institutions. That's in the MTP4. 10 universities supported under the higher education. I think there's a project. That again is NACOSTI and NRF and of course our parent, the State Department. Then a database on national STI, human resource capacity and skills establishment. We are very happy that the data you're giving us is what we are using to have that database. And we'll be calling it actually an STI observatory. Yeah, I know our sister agency is coming with research observatory or repository. That's very good. But ours will be the broader one, which now brings it all the other aspects, innovation, technology, and so forth. Then there's a national critical skills development strategy for formulated. This, I think, is the role of TVET institutions. As NACOSTI and NRF will maybe just be in our coordinating role or as a secretariat for those skills development strategy. Then there's the Kenyan node for the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Observatory. This is Africa-wide. An observatory doesn't mean you go to a telescope and start looking at the skies. It will be a platform under which you will get all the data that you need about Kenya and globally about science, technology, and innovation. How many number of researchers are there in mechanical engineering or in biotechnology? Yes, that is information. Which are the institutions which have manufactured the first Kenyan car? Which are the institutions which have patents? That's the kind of information that you'll get at the click of a button on that node of national science and technology. So again, research across sectors. There's a lot to inform. I think we'll do it another forum. So NACOSTI has been given quite a number of functions. You can see all those marked. Like the space science, technology, development. We do not know if there's a TVET institutions in the space science technology, but can see NACOSTI has been aligned with the Ministry of Defense, State Department for Education, and NACOSTI as the lead institutions. We were not aware of that, but I think somebody in his or her wisdom saw that we need to be in that space. So I think we're in the right mode. But again, this is just written. If we don't pick it up, watch for funding, get money from the private sector, it will just remain like this until 2027. NACOSTI has been County Technology Innovation. NACOSTI is Ministry of Defense, State Department for Education, and NACOSTI. Again, the wisdom of somebody. A new thing, Innovation Bank of Kenya established. Here now you're seeing supporting institutions, National Museums of Kenya, University of Nairobi, NEMA, NACOSTI, KIPI. So that is in that act. Very quickly now, I will almost be running because you have seen this. The STI sector is regulated under the STI Act, and this act was enacted for 3 purposes. I'll go to the last one: to entrench science, technology, and innovation in the national production system and for corrective purposes. That is the STI mainstreaming. So we have dealt with that question from some few of our MDAs, like how are we in this? We know you as a research institution or research regulator. We say the act is very clear. The objective for the establishment for NACOSTI is to regulate and assure quality in the science, technology, and innovation sector, not only in research institutions, the entire sector. Our capacity might be limited. That's why we have not fully realized, but I can assure you that we are on course, and with your support, we'll do that. So this informs STI mainstreaming, and that's why in the performance monitoring and reporting cycles, for the 3rd time running, we have been designated as the STI mainstreaming specialized agency to undertake that. And I'm saying with or without, even if we are not in this PC target, we will still continue undertaking this mandate because it's a requirement of Parliament in the STI Act. So I'll skip and maybe pick on some few slides, which these are slides which we have done in the past, our functions and so forth. I want to inform you again, we are the national focal point for a number of Kenya's international obligations, which are currently bringing benefits. Hello? Hello? Javan, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible, Prof. We can hear you. I think there was someone.
Okay, someone here. I'm almost ending. There's always a lot to inform, and I think this can be done into a series. And that's why we actually, as my colleague said, we are having the STI certification 8 modules benchmarked with the global best practice, where module number 1 is actually on STI mainstreaming. So we'll engage more on this, and that is a 5-day. Because like what I'm trying to give you is what should be given in a 3, 4, 5-day program. Trying to condense. But we are national focal point on number of Kenyans international obligations, which have benefits. Like the third one, AFRA, many Kenyans are going in and out through scholarships, masters, and so forth. Please take advantage of this. And nowadays, because you are our direct clients now as the TVETS sector, when we get things from our partners or from our ministries, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Education, of our scholarship and whatever, we sambaza to all. We do not isolate and say this goes to research institutions. We sambaza to all. So if you have a staff who fits in, like I think a week ago, we had some training for young women scientists by the International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology to Sambaza to all of you. When you get it, please Sambaza more and follow it up so that you can report that your institution benefited to that. ICGB is establishing a top-notch regional research center at Egerton, again, through our coordinating role. The National Treasury has already allocated and disbursed money to Egerton University, who are hosting it. The team is coming on the ground in May as part of an upcoming conference in May, which we are hosting collectively. So what I'm trying to say, there's a lot of benefits in this. So that STI mainstreaming is a two-way process. It's not just Nakosti trying to get data from you and relaying. We are also offering what we have. And again, you expect you can also offer us what you have in terms of collaborations that you have in terms of applying for research grants. So these are some of the pictures we relate with. Like this was a meeting we hosted for delegation from the European Working Group on Higher Education and Research. Why do we have these meetings? Is to get opportunities for MDAs like yourselves out there. So let's take advantage of that. I'll skip on that. Kenya Nuclear Regulatory Authority is now been designated by International Atomic Energy Agency as a regional designated center. They're offering a training. I'll be closing that training, I think tomorrow at KU. This again has come through our role as the Afro National Focal Point. So inquire more of these opportunities and move ahead. Nakosti, we are our cabinet secretary recently designated as the focal point for Horizon Europe program. Please Google. It's a multi-billion program of the EU, but getting it is not easy. You must have a collaborative team, especially from Europe. I know there are 1 or 2 TVET institutions that have been involved, but we need to work and get at least 1 or 2 consortiums, which we can request our cabinet secretary to write a formal letter to the European Union to fund a big project. You want to build a car, you want to get a COVID vaccine, you want to, of course, they have the areas of interest, especially on climate change. Let's write one big proposal that involves all the key institutions, from TVET institutions to universities to ministries to agencies to top scholars, like even the special envoy. There's Erasmus, which we are also the focal point. These are now exchange programs and so forth. We have circulated this to all of you. If your institution did not receive, let us know, let our team know, write it in the chat. So these are there. Now, something I wanted to highlight. We have been known in the past. We have 17 functions due to limitations of money and resources, human resources. Over the last 10 years, we were able to do like 2-3 functions well. But now as we speak, we think we have almost done all the 17, maybe 16 functions, despite our limited number of our staffing. So I really applaud our staff for that. But we are known for registration of research institutions. Another one which is of great interest now is licensing of research. There has been confusion, is there a waiver or not? That waiver is not really there because there's something in the act which could not be interpreted very well. But if you read it well, especially that section that I put 12.3, because there's 12.1, which says everybody should get a license. Then there's 12.2, which waives it in research in some research institutions and universities of a particular nature. But 3 is not waived. Section 12.3. Any person undertaking or intending to undertake research in science and technology in the country, or who, yes, so that is research. But there's another one, who accesses, handles, or transfer. So there are 2 components. You want to do a research, you need a license. You want to transfer research material, or what can be classified as research material, you need a research license. Okay? So shall apply to the commission. We have not taken serious matters on this, except very recently. So the offenses that any person who accesses, handles, transfers, and it could be you, it could be me. You might not be knowing it, but your chief or your county commissioner might just stop you by the route, or the police, and find that you're transporting some plan to go and research from coast, you want to research it in Western. There needs to be approval. It's captured there in simple English, which might not require a lawyer to interpret. So I'm just saying this so that we are also under pressure. It's demanded of us to demonstrate that we are implementing the act. There's even a recent circular from the Office of the President where it has been said the presidency wants the regulatory authorities like the COSTI to demonstrate that they're implementing their functions. That was enforced yesterday. So distinguished participants, we have to do as directed by our country. It is in the best interest of our country. So avoid, consult on that, check our internet, Google, get in touch with Dr. David Ngigi or my colleague, Mr. Kalerwa, or even Javan Mwiti, who is a resource person, so that you don't commit this. The reason I'm saying this, the reason that that research license is required is also captured in the Act. I know I'm taking time, but I think this is a key because it has national security impact, it has public safety impact. You can see we need you to seek licenses because what you are doing, you might unknowingly be impacting negatively on national security. You might unknowingly be impacting the lives of Kenya. You might unknowingly be impacting on the culture rights of our people. Maybe the coastal, maybe the northern people, maybe the eastern, maybe the western. And it's already happening. By the way, you might be infringing on IP rights. We have scientists who have taken their local things that came from their tradition. Like I was telling you, a person of the, is it snake venom or something to treat snake bites. And when you inquired from the person or persons or the various teams, they'll tell you, this one I got from my grandfather. Is it a communal thing? Yes. But he has applied for patent at KIPI. It is not allowed for the legal whatever. You cannot patent what belongs to a community. Like for me, as Oyawa, I get something which is of the Luo, some of the things the Luo use, and I go and add something, then I want to patent. If it's proven it belongs to the community of the Luo or community of the Luya or the community of Kikuyu or Masai, it is illegal. And it's good Arabi is in the house. Then again, even if there's a waiver on the such licensing, we are still held by the international obligations that Kenya has signed to. Because there's always been that little struggle, of course, brothers here, they have to engage each other. So even if somebody went and deleted it from the act, and Kenya has not moved out of the UN or those international obligations, it will not be effective. Now, COSTI will still be required to implement those international obligations. So it is in the best interest of the country. Where there's need for moderation, let's engage, let's chat. But those are the reasons. So many: nature, environment, research ethics. A very important one is beneficial. You might be doing a top research, top innovation, technology. Then it benefits our neighbors so that they compete with us and take our economy down. That kind of research or technology development should not be approved. It has to be beneficial to our country. So when we engage foreign partners, we are now required to have another team check. What is the percent of benefit as compared to the donor? That's a key thing. And just today, I think it's the news today, some of you might have seen it. Again, allow me to spend time on that one. Swiss National Police guilty to bleeding athletes at the 10 court. This is news today in the Daily Nation. I think it's there. Javan, I'm there.
Yes, you are, Javan? Prof. We can hear you. We can hear you clearly.
Yeah, naona 1 hour, but let me emphasize on this. So this is happening now. I think the news are just coming now. We know we were to give full evidence. We had given just partial evidence, but we are told the person has actually accepted. Mr. Basil Samuel David Morelon at the 10 law courts in Elgeyo Marakwet County on March 26th, that was yesterday, and his co-accused Geoffrey Kibet Bombok were allegedly found at the 10 township in Elgeyo Marakwet County while drawing blood samples from athletes and non-athletes without the licenses from the National Commission for Scientific, I think that's a spelling mistake in the newspaper, National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. Basil has pleaded guilty to 5 counts of offenses and has been fined yesterday a total of Kenya shillings 400,000, nafikiri ni chini, or go to jail for 3 years and 10 months. That is lives. Somebody going to jail for 3 years, it just shows you the seriousness of the offense. And why? Because imagine somebody taking your blood samples or taking my blood samples. And worse still is a foreigner. And even worse still, a Kenyan is part of it. Taking our blood samples, going somewhere where we don't know. Yes? There's another case which is also coming up of somebody transporting, I don't know, the plant samples to the airport. They were caught by KWS. There was a case where there was public outcry of baobab tree being taken. Yes, and you couldn't blame the locals because they were being given money for a big tree, maybe, I don't know, 3,000 shillings or 10,000 shillings. Yes, but we were called. Where was Nakosti? Where was Kefri? Where was the Kenya Forest Service? Yes, so these are the kind of things that we need to include our STI mainstreaming because it reminds us of our work. We look at that strategy and say, as Nakosti, we're supposed to have inspection. Of course, for Nakosti, we are saying we are limited in resources. We are not able to be everywhere at the same time. And for that reason, I think there's a voice which has heard us. Probably they'll consider giving us resources. One, to increase the number of staff, but not only three, to bring some of you experts as resource persons so that we can have even contacts at Elgeyo Marakwet that should have been informing us that somebody is doing this. This, again, actually was an individual who alerted the security agency that somebody is taking blood samples here. But imagine Kenya is top known for athletics. Somebody is trying to find out why are they good. Then tomorrow you find somebody from country B. They are now just winning the marathon. Kumbe, they have infused our blood or the blood of these top athletes in return into their system, into their people. Yes, you also saw the case of the pandemic. Very painful, many people lost lives. But you saw Africa was less, they didn't have the very severe impact. Definitely people are interested in our DNA, yeah, both local and external. So we have this situation where foreign parties are funding masters, diploma, whatever in our local institutions, which is very good, but they take all the data. Like in this case, the man would have escaped if he had funded maybe a diploma student at KMTC to do this work, because the student might not have asked for alliances, and even if he asked, maybe he will not have followed up. That is why this thing has become a high-level national security concern, as I'm speaking now. So help us implement this in your best interest. We wouldn't want somebody coming with a vaccine which just takes all of us out, because they have been testing on our blood samples. This is just one example, but even there are others. So there are other things which I will skip. But this again, just to highlight you, to reinforce this, maybe I'm overdoing it, but forgive me, is the passion and is to do with lives. This was in Saturday, March this year. The heading, killer chemicals finding their way to your dinner plate. That's not me, it's not Nakosti. Are you safe, my brother and sister? This was in February last month. Maize drying within a day. How farmers' shortcuts are risking ugali lovers' lives. And some of us grew up on ugali. So I don't know whether we are already condemned or we still are safe. And this is very interesting to me because we had a very intensive engagement with the National Serious Produce Board when they are not sure whether they're part of STI mainstreaming. And we explained to them their role. You see, like this is their role. And I told, if you don't do it, somebody will call at very senior officers and ask you and demand why are Kenyans dying because of aflatoxin. So this is on and on. This is September, 5 months ago. Your tomato salad, your skuma wiki stew could take you to early grave. Yes? You've seen even very old people who are 90 years do not want to die that easily. But here now, maybe this makes us mad. Maybe this is what is causing the high increased rate of suicide and so forth. I don't know. But this is what research, science, technology, and innovation is all about. It has a dual side, which is as good as the positive side, which somebody needs to check on. So others have showed you in the past. I'll just skip and go that. Then your data, very quickly. This one we shared the other time. Please, we need to validate this data. So we're trying to create some funds to get teams to just check, randomly check, if it's for the TVETS sector, check what you have. This is like, for example, total cost of equipment in Kenya shillings per institution category. So when I go to TVETS, I'm just checking for TVETS. Yes, I'm seeing what TTC has equipment worth 210 million. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is correction. But we're seeing Kisumu Polytechnic has 196 million of equipment. We have Kenya Coast, we have Michuki TTC, we have Masinga, we have Kisiwa. This is the kind of data that is important information to the country. And this equipment, if you look at the next slide, they have their name. So when you have confirmed that this is true, then our team will create an app where somebody who is looking for like that equipment called genetic analyzer can just click a button and it will tell him that this equipment is available at Kefri and at this cost. Yes, I'd seen one of the TTC having a very good mechatronic equipment. I don't know whether it's captured here or I've missed it. Yeah, this one of you who has mechatronic equipment. So somebody, JKUAT or university will be looking for mechatronic equipment for their student. You will click a button and it will go to this TTC. Please give us the correct data and the cost of it. Research and development. This was to find out institutions that have invested. And I'll go straight to your case, your TVET institutions who have invested part of their operational budget. Operational. Somebody was asking a question, what is operational budget? Your finance officer knows your operational budget. It is not the total budget, it's operational. So your finance officer will tell you what is your operational budget. And you're able to see Keep Kabu's TTC, yes, have spent 100% on R&D, infrastructure, or technologies. So it doesn't have to be pure research. You bought a new equipment to detect cybersecurity. That is part of it. So you're seeing Keep Kabu's, congratulations. But that is after verify this data. We're seeing Nairobi TTI, we're seeing Emening TTI, we're seeing Karumo TTI, we're seeing Machakos Institution for the Blind. Excellent. This is actually amazing. Quite amazing. We're seeing Webue TTC, we're seeing St. Joseph TTI. This information will find its way to some sources up once we clean it. So when you give us the data in the next, is it the next 3 weeks, please ensure it is authentic. Yes, call us, work with the team who are on standby to get your call, confirm, because it will go to some offices way above ourselves. And it will be used to direct policy, to allocate resources. Give us this information correctly. So that's as far as workforce, we're able to know the workforce now. I'll skip on that one. But again, top institutions with the highest percent of PhDs per category. And no PhD is not a requirement for TVET institutions in some areas. We were more focused on the universities and research institutes, where you're able to see UN is leading with 675 people with PhDs, JKUAT 451. You go to research, Calro. But now TVET, and this is congratulations, we're seeing KMTC with 15 PhDs. Kenya, I think this Kenya TTC or Kenyatta TTC, I don't know. Kitale Polytechnic, Kiambu, Ole Source, Kisi. This will give you a chance to undertake your research. This will most likely be some of the research leaders. We're not insisting you must have PhDs. There's no score for it, but it's just information that will inform part of that STI observatory that will be given. Research outputs, very interesting. This is probably the last one. I'll go to, I'm looking for, TVET institutions. Top institutions with the highest number of patents and commercialized products by institutions. In terms of patents, we are extremely impressed with Segalagala. Actually, we are trying to confirm whether this is true, but we will confirm. It has the highest, much more than universities, unless some universities maybe gave us the patents of the quarter and not the patents they have. For patents, please, we are looking for patents over the last 20 years, because patents are alive or legally viable for 20 years span, after which they go to the public. So Segalagala has 32 patents. We would, I'm requesting Segalagala to make it an effort to come and display some of those, the products of those patents in the upcoming May conference, which will be a safari park. Kitale Polytechnic, 23 patents. Kisiwa TTI, 13 patents. SOT, I don't know which one is this, 10 patents. Jeremiah, 8 patents. Ramogi, 8 patents. Kamasian, 8 patents. Michuki, TTI, 5 patents. Siaya, and this is excellent. And when you look at the number of commercialized products on the other side, again, I'll go to TVET tertiary institutions. You can see Segalagala has commercialized 4. Please, Segalagala, if you are there, and if you are not there, somebody who knows them, please inform them. Maybe we'll put a direct letter. Inform them to come and display these 4 commercialized products. Because the National Research Fund will be there, the Kenya National Innovation will be there, the Vision 2030 Secretariat will be there. We are expecting the Council of Governors, although they have not confirmed. The National Defense University will be there. The National Center for National Counter-Terrorism Center will be there. You never know whether your thing can be used in the security sector. So please make it an effort. Talk to your boss. If you need me to make a call or write officially, directly, specific to your boss, let us know. And we're seeing, so Segalagala, 4 commercialized projects. How much money we want to know? Kisumu Poly, Friends College, Ramogi, all your partners into a commercialized product. This, to me, is what His Excellency the President was talking about yesterday to state corporations. You either are able to meet your requirements or something will happen. So you're already ahead of us. Some of us who are still struggling to figure out where we're going to get our money. Make use of this. Let us know so that we can shout your case loud somewhere. So with that, I think I got to the normal conclusion. Thank you very much. You are key persons. STI is a driver, especially in the wake of COVID. And we just want to invite you to this upcoming third multi-sector conference on, it used to be on STI, but you have added the word research because sometimes it's confusing. Research, science, technology, innovation. It will be in a four. You can see our boss, the lead of this, the guider, the chief advisor of this is our Minister for Education and our PS, the Department for Higher Education. But we have formed a consortia. So it's not just an acoustic event. Acoustic could be maybe just the co-chair or the chair of the conveners. But you can see, I hope it's visible there. You can see, maybe the wordings are not clear, but you can see the photo of CEO NRF as a co-convener, CEO Kenya as a co-convener, the Council of Governors, they have not confirmed. Our former PS, Dr. Kevin Desai, who has a company, so private sector is in, he has confirmed. You have seen the CEO Kodda, he has confirmed. Yeah, NDUK, the Vice Chancellor of the National Defense University, a special degree award institution, they are still 50-50. You have seen the CEO of KIPI there, he has confirmed. You have seen the Vice Chancellor of Egerton University, he has confirmed. Below there, you're seeing the CEO of Vision 2030 Secretariat, he has confirmed. And then CAM are in the process of confirming. We'll have an interministerial session at the top. You can see we're inviting Minister Wallo, Minister in charge of security, Professor Kindiki Kiture. They may come or send maybe the representative. That's high level. It's beyond us. We have seen, you have invited the CDF, Major Gola. You have seen, you're inviting. They're in the process of confirming. But you can imagine if you're able to display your exhibitions or make a presentation on this. Yes? And of course, even the head of public service has not confirmed. Let me inform this. It's written draft. I think this document is draft. So we are hoping and try to attract all, including your very own PS, whom is a close friend of ours. I'm sure he'll come and send a representative, Dr. Esther Moria and Dr. Belio. So a number of people will be there. And thank you very much. I've taken more time than I took yesterday and the day before. Possibly because of the passion that is there in Tibet. Back to you. If there are a few burning questions, then I might answer. Otherwise, I'm very grateful. Back to you, Tim.
Thank you, Prof. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that was quite a detailed presentation, and it has really covered quite in terms of matter science, technology, innovation. And at this juncture, we wish to open it up to members in case you have any question or clarification that may wish Professor Oyawa to respond to. You can use this opportunity. It's an open, you can raise your hand, and we shall allow you to speak and bring out any issue on the same. You can raise your hand, or you can raise your hand and then you can unmute and speak.
Javan, you know, it's also lunchtime, eh? So the sugar levels might have gone down.
Yeah,
so,
sure.
Yeah, what I request is they can put in the chat for those. I know the team has really done its best to respond to a number. You can put in the chat. So unless there's a very, very burning one, ladies and gentlemen, you allow me just to thank you very much for the same. But Javan, is there any
no, there isn't any, and as you have said, in case of any, it can be, one can put through the question and answer or through the chat, and then it will also be responded to.
I'm just seeing a quick one on the chat. Yeah, you have said all the presentation materials will be shared. I'm saying thank you, sir. Thank you also. Sigalagala much present. Oh, you are happy. Please. We are shouting Sigalagala, and all of you for that matter. I hope you will be at the conference, and those who can make use of these small opportunities. You never know. You just never know. Yeah, I hope Prof will send us the invitation on the same. We will. That is from Peter Ogalo. Kindly invite us to attend. This is by tomorrow, and we'll send to your bosses and wherever. So help us. It goes two-way. We benefit with your presence when you come, but you also benefit during this event. So we'll send that, and thank you very much. I think, Javan, that is all. That's the last I've seen in the chat. Kindly invite us to attend. Is that all?
Yes, it's all.
Yes.
There is one from Peter Ogalo, who says NRF should also set a grant to target TVET so that TVET institution can compete on the same. I think you probably can.
I answered that one. I think that's a quick one. The current proposed change in the STI Act, which I think is almost going to, is it the cabinet? And then this were coming from the report of the Presidential Working Party, is directing NRF to get a framework that will divide any fund that they get between TVETS, between universities and research institutions. So I hope that is answered. You need to keep it alive. So if they give you a very little portion in the framework, then you need to inform them. And that's why you need to justify that you already have technologies that are awaiting the last batch of money to convert them to products of the country. You will be actually more positioned than some of us in universities who are still in the doing basic research, or we have moved to the next stage of applied research and so forth. Any other one, Devon?
There isn't any other. I think
So in
we
that
have
case, yes.
Yes,
Allow me just to thank the team. I think you are born with us to lunch. I think it's one and some might have dropped out. I just really want to thank you for the patience, but let's make maximum use of our time. Let's make maximum use of the time given to us by Wanjiku and the publics and the government to contribute to national development. And you can do it in a small way. And if each one of us does it in a small way, you might find that small thing really contribute to something that is impacting. Let's go collaboratively. It's one of the requirements of STI mainstreaming that we really watch for. I'm seeing the last one, PCC Kajiado East TVC. Please remember to invite us. We will, sir. We will. The presentation has been good. As a woman, I have been empowered. Oh, madam, I called you, sir. Yeah, waiting for the invite. Yeah, so these are good. Thank you very much. And our team can respond to the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. I think we all agree the session was very, very interactive. Much of issues have been addressed, and as Prof has indicated, kindly, if you have any issue, you can always raise it through question or answer or chat, and NACOS will respond accordingly through the email even after this. And I think now with this, we come to the end of this session for today. And we are very grateful for the opportunity and chance that we've been able to share together. We believe this indeed helps us to mainstream STI, science, technology, innovation in our institutions, and we'll be able to attain the intended objective for this indicator. At this juncture, we started with prayers. I want to invite one of our colleagues to give us the closing prayers. Thank you so much, Rolex.
Let's believe and pray. Heavenly Father, we want to thank you for the gift of life you've given us today. We thank you for this session. At the beginning, we had asked that you enable us to gain knowledge for the benefit of our institution and our country at large. We pray that the knowledge we have gained will be of good use to all of us and to us as a country. We pray and give thanks for taking us through this session. And even as we go to implement whatever we have learned, may you enable it to be successful. We pray this believing and trusting in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Rolex. And thank you once again, participant, for the wonderful opportunity we have shared together. We promise that in case there is any question or issue that we have not been able to address, that will be addressed. And if you can share with us your email, that will be shared back through the email. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.